yesterday, if you guys wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Because I want to get your guys' perspective on this situation as being men, as being responsible, and as possibly being in leadership positions at maybe a company. So I have this chick that I work after often. And, in my job, like it's pretty much the same thing every day. And it's not that difficult to do it correctly. You just have to pay attention, right? So I work after this lady, and there's so much stuff messed up. And like she likes to leave stuff, like 'cause she can't seem to finish her job. So there's always work left over from the day before when I get to that spot. And then when I'm out, I get everything together, which takes longer when there's more stuff, right? So I get out on the street and I'm doing my thing. And like when I come up to the boxes and I see a flag up, it indicates somebody's sending something, right? Somebody's using our service, which in my mind is always a good thing. But then I get to the box and I'm like, oh, the flag's up because it's the wrong address. Like it was a misdelivery. And then I get customers come up to me asking me questions and complaining about where their shit's being thrown. One guy asked me, he's like, when you guys deliver, do you, what are you supposed to do with the packages? And I was like, well, sir, if they don't fit in the mailbox, we're supposed to take them to your front door. And he's like, yeah, that's what I thought. So yesterday, I had a package, and he points next to the road at the back tire of his car. And he's like, and she left it there. Like, that happened a couple times. And so as I was going through the day, I was like getting irritated because incompetence drives me fucking nuts. For one, carelessness. But then the more and more people that would approach me, like I fucking hate apologizing for shit that I'm not doing. So by the end of the day, I was so pissed off and I was like, God damn it. See, the thing is, this woman, she's a 70-year-old Black woman with fucking cancer, guys. So I'm like cussing this old lady with cancer. And I'm like, then I think about her situation, and she's the sweetest thing. She's literally the sweetest lady at this place. And she's like your grandma, right? She calls everybody honey and baby and gives hugs out and brings in treats that she baked at home. And but she fucking sucks at the job. So, being men, how would you feel working after that? Or because it seems like everybody kind of coddles her because people know she's old, obviously. I guess she only has a couple years that she has to actually work before she can retire. So she's really trying to stick it out there. I don't know. I feel like I've come to leadership with some of these complaints before, and it never gets addressed because she's a Black woman. It's almost a form of Black economic empowerment in my country. But she has all these things that are like, you feel bad for her. She actually really tries to do a good job. And that morning when she was like, she looked at me, she's like, oh yeah, I didn't leave anything over from yesterday. And when she told me that, I actually really believed her until I got to my workstation and saw all this shit. I'm like, does she know that So that was my day yesterday, being really fucking pissed off at the sweetest lady that I know at work. because she sucks.
And that sounds really tough. I don't know if there's anything you can do about it though. But I mean, the biggest problem is that someone with cancer is seriously going to probably, well, I mean, there's so many different types of cancers and different stages, but
Yeah.
she might be literally unable to complete her work because of her medical condition. And so, like, I don't know. I don't see any progress really, because I mean, like, you could try to encourage her to do her job better, like to take parcels to the door.
Yeah.
Like, you could try do that, but I mean, I wouldn't give you necessarily much success. Shot, or I don't know what your chances of success are with that. But I mean,
Oh,
a man would just have to
Sunkist.
take it.
Hello. Yeah. People have to work to their deaths. And you know what's crazy? This woman, she used to work in the medical field, and she moved down here from another state that I guess doesn't recognize her. She said she used to work in surgery doing something. But yeah, she's
Okay.
like, it's like the last couple years before she can retire. She's really trying to stick it out. Like,
You said how old is she again?
she's like 70.
What's the retirement age for you guys outside?
At this place, it's like years of service plus your age equals something. I don't really know. But I heard years
What?
of service plus your age.
It's a formula, Emmanuel. It's some kind
Yeah.
of formula.
Yeah,
It's
I
not-
get it, but I just don't get why they use a formula, because is this like some sort of incentive to stay at the company? Because I mean, like, most people have considerable see a considerable decline in their ability to do their work post 60 years of age. So
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, because I know this side, even at government institutions, they do sort of like push you out. Now, obviously, there's a particular mix of conditions aside that make it different from your side, but yeah, they do sort of push you to the side, and they effectively, constructively fire you if they see that obviously, if you have particular connections and things like that, then you can sort of dodge the sort of thing for a particular period of time, but eventually will hit you. So what they normally do is they have like some sort of formal assessment of your health. They have like these occupational health assessments, and then so if they find that you have some sort of disease that is obviously getting in the way of your ability to do your work, then they sort of like tell you that you need to prepare for the fact that you'll probably have to leave. Though I know they do try to sort of exhaust all options before they do so. So suppose in the case of cancer, right? If you obviously, as Psych was saying, at different stages, so they probably try to push as far as they can before they actually say, okay, now you need to go because you're not able to do what you need to do. I'm just thinking of typical diseases of around that age. Say diabetes. If you have like what's it called, glaucoma, where it's sort of like or cataracts, stuff like that, right? Then obviously that that affects your ability to see, which obviously affects like how many people can work without seeing,
Right.
So
see, and I don't even know
yeah.
what kind of cancer. I just heard cancer. I know she fucking chain smokes. Like, she's always smoking every time I see her outside. Like if I don't know.
Even from it's just strange that they're not sort of pushing her towards desk duty.
I know. I was thinking that too. Because there's
that's
so
like,
many other jobs that she could be doing there.
I can,
And
I can
what we
I
do is
understand
literally the hardest one.
yeah, I
Yeah.
understand the willingness to, or the desire to sort of like accommodate her, but
Yeah.
there's just some practicalities of work, like the whole thing of dropping a parcel next to, like, not at the door, or even dropping at the door. That would never happen this side, because we don't have a high trust society. So
Mm.
the standard procedure is to call the person, see if they're available. If they're not, take the parcel back to the depot, and then inform the person that either you'll be coming back for another attempt at delivery the next day, or they can come to the depot to collect the parcel. So that's how it tends to work this side. So yeah, the sort of thing where you sort of accommodating someone and allowing them to leave parcels, basically where someone can just walk by and take it,
And
is
steal it. Yeah. Yeah.
it's insane.
And that's what the customers are concerned about, because it's like high traffic areas, and they're like, my regular person takes it to my door. I just need.
Yeah, that's now like a material risk to the company, So yeah.
I was in a perfect world, I think you would report her, she would be tested, and then they would essentially get rid of her for not doing her job, and she would have disability insurance.
You know what's
So she would
crazy?
become,
I had a conversation with my mistress. I call her my mistress now because she's a master, but a mistress.
Okay.
In her job role. Because there is a problem with
like in trades.
Would it like
you know how you have like a master electrician?
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or do you mean it like
she's the master
sort of like
of this
generally?
realm. She's the master of the realm, so I just call her the mistress. But yeah, we have a big problem with weed smoking. And apparently there's nothing that they can do about it. Even though there's people that spend all day smoking weed and smoke in the vehicles, and you get in a vehicle and it fucking reeks, or you meet up with one of these people on the street to get some of their stuff because they need help at the end of the day because they're not done. She said that there's absolutely nothing she could do about it, because I heard that there was a policy that if they suspect it, because it's a government job, that they could test you. Yeah. And she's like, yeah, but we have to be politically correct. And I was like, the fuck does that mean? She's like, it took me 6 months to get rid of somebody that was drinking on the job. I was like, yeah, but alcohol isn't illegal like weed is in Texas. Like,
yeah,
but I was just like,
I suppose there are levels.
Nothing
to yeah, that's ridiculous.
I mean, also the perspective of a man would just take it until she retired. That would be the solution.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. She's the sweetest lady. So everybody wants to help her out,
Yeah.
But I just noticed like when she was like, oh yeah, I didn't leave anything over from yesterday, she believed it. And then I get to the station and I'm like, what is all this shit? Like, I'm wondering if there's like, did she believe she didn't leave anything? Like,
yeah, I know a few people around that age who have
both
who get like that.
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah.
So it may be the case that she actually thought, or she actually believes that she did her job perfectly, and I've seen people get dismissed for that. Yeah, one of them was actually in their 50s when it started. So
50s.
Yeah, kind of early, but
yeah,
it is what it is. I think the best that you can do is, I guess, a solution for that all suits everyone, is to ask for her to be put on some sort of like admin, put in some sort of admin role, where she's sort of just writing, or you know, because clearly the physical labor side of things is, yeah,
Where she's lying to fuck
That's-
with me. She might be. I mean, I've seen
Yeah.
her do a couple
Could
really
be.
shady things. But I remember when I first started, it was really hot. It got really hot, and she's like, "Oh, honey," because I was about ready to leave. She's like, in one of the old tracks, she's like, "Oh, baby, do you need a fan? I got some extra fans in my truck. I know those things don't have air conditioning. You might need it." Like, she's super. She's like a grandma. She's like,
Yeah.
she's always going around and, "Oh, hi, honey, baby," But that's why it's hard to be pissed off at her for being incompetent. But
Yeah.
like Sun was saying, like there's quite a few older people. There's another woman that just recently got hired, and I don't know what. She said she's been trying for 3 years to get a job with us, and this woman is over twice the size she should be. Like, she's morbidly obese. She has serious back problems. She has had 2 knee replacements, and she's really
Oh,
old.
man.
And every time I see her, she's hunched over and breathing heavy or sitting down. And I'm like, man, lady, you're going to hurt yourself here. And then management was trying to, because she went up to him and was like, because she just started. And she's like, I'm supposed to report on Tuesday. Where do I report? Which route am I going to be on? And they were literally trying to figure out the easiest route that we have to put her on. And I was like, which might be fine, because there's a couple of routes that are like really short and hardly get anything. But that person's always there. Like, we're the relief for that person, and she's going to have to be able to do all of them, and she's not going to be able to. But they don't say anything. They're just like, "Oh, let's accommodate." Like, we're supposed to be able to lift 70 pounds and pack it to somebody's door. She can't. There's no way in hell she can.
7 pounds. What's that, like 30 kg?
I don't know.
Oh,
It's a little lighter than my dog.
Yeah,
I know that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No,
Yeah.
it's actually slightly over 30, I think. It's like 32 or something.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
HR women in Houston.
Yeah. You know what's
They
sad
hire
about this is
women. They hire every single woman who applies. It's predominantly women.
what about the opposite end of this scale? We recently had when was it? Yesterday. A former president of ours was speaking on a topic that we touched on, Psych, before. I don't know if you saw the quotes about the unemployment situation, and basically he was saying, like, echoing a long-held view that South Africa has a problem of structural employment due to the fact that we have a serious skills mismatch. So essentially, the skills that your average job post is looking for are not the skills that the average South African has. And the idea being that it tend to be more technical, and just the average South African isn't educated or suitably trained to take those roles. So you sort of have this gap between jobs. Like the implication is that there are jobs that are available that are not being filled because South Africans just don't meet the requirements, right? So that to me would mean that surely if you have even like 5, 10, 100 people get out of university, right, or whatever technical schools, right? And are qualified. All of those people should be like, the company should be competing to get those guys because it's literally a scarce resource, right? Yet we have, if I'm not incorrect, maybe you might know a bit more, Syke, the graduate unemployment rate in South Africa for people aged between, essentially the youth, between 18 and 34 is at around 30%. Right, so that's essentially the same as.
Sorry, what did you say? What's 30%?
So the unemployment rate for graduates aged between 16 and 34, I believe, is somewhere around 30, which is essentially no different from. It's that bad.
Oh, I thought it would be worse. That doesn't seem that bad to me, considering the state of the general economy.
Well, okay, this is where you and I differ. Okay, so the average unemployment rate for South Africa is where it's at, like, it's also around 37%, right? Just to know the latest ones. It's around 32%, right? Yeah, so if the graduate unemployment rate is right there, then that means, like, this is not a case of skills mismatch. This is a case of just straight unemployment, straight lack of jobs.
No, I wouldn't say that at all. I mean, first of all, university graduates, I mean, like, universities don't really produce that many skills. You need technicons, technical schools, which aren't really being invested in, and people don't really go to them. They focus on going to university, which is a complete, sort of, I mean, people are getting BA degrees and, in social works, and then they're not getting a job because their only job is to work for the government, and their only skill to work
that's fine. It's like, that's okay. I understand that side of things. So where people get degrees that are clearly not in demand, I understand that. But when you have people like, when you hear the stats for accountants that are unemployed, for doctors that are unemployed, that reflects just outright unemployment, not just a mismatch of requirements to skill set.
No,
because you can't tell me those doctors are not skilled.
Yeah, no, but just right? Because but look, you can objectively say that we are missing doctors in this country. You can objectively say that, and I can agree with you. But that doesn't mean the country has the capability to employ those doctors that are needed, because we just have a general problem of budgeting and we have too much wasted money. Like, we literally every money you pay in tax is actually, like, reduced from the economy, because the what you get for what you pay is so bad.
No, here we are on the same page. It's just the whole comment about the skills mismatch. I think it's overhyped. I think it's actually like a convenient excuse to get out of the fact that to not be held accountable for the fact that not to be held accountable for the fact that you.
South Africa. Sorry to talk over you, Emmanuel. Sorry. So South Africa is highly propagandized. Like, our media,
that's for sure.
Is the most biased media you can get. And they have to say something. They have to blame something for unemployment. And they have found the most politically correct solution to the problem, which is to say that it's a skills mismatch. I would agree that there probably is some truth to that, but that fundamentally the problem is just that the economy is so badly managed and so badly administered and so badly regulated that nothing can grow. So it's forces to slowly collapse.
Even when you look at the average. I know Americans also complaining about this issue, but the average entry-level job that you see online or whatever is they have crazy requirements. Why do you expect someone who's going to be working an entry-level job to have 5 to 10 years experience? Why do you expect experience for a non-skilled sort of job, like, let's say, cleaning? Why? All sorts of, like, obviously it seems like it's just arbitrary things to try to trim the pile of CVs they have to sift through, because literally, like, the unemployment rate is just that high, right? But yeah, what that essentially does is that it locks the youth out of employment, and you sort of have this weird, like, perverse incentive from the side of companies to opt for poaching other people's employees, experiencing employees, instead of actually training their own. Because there's that whole thing, you actually mentioned it, like, the last time you spoke of, like, you take a chance on someone, you train them, you take on the cost of making them essentially ready to work, and then someone else just comes and poaches them. And obviously when we're talking from the angle of BE, but even just generally, what that does is that essentially says that jobs are for people who already have them.
Well, yeah,
You know?
I mean, a big, well, I mean, look, a fundamental problem that we have in hiring people is that we have labor relations. We have the Labor Relations Act, and we have a lot of labor rights. And although I agree with most of them, like, you do need to make it easier to fire people. Otherwise, you're going to create impossible hurdles to hire people. Because, I mean, that's why they want people that are 5 to 10 years experience, because they want people who actually want to work, who know what work is like, and that they're actually going to gruel, they're going to do it. They're going to put their nose to the grindstone and actually not have an issue about just getting to work. Because, I mean, like, a lot of people don't have discipline. They don't have basic. Sorry.
I was just going to ask. So what's let's just fast forward 20 years from now, right? When all the people that are currently being hired are looking at retirement or have already retired, what happens to that skills and knowledge transfer over to the people who are now supposed to be working? What happens to the working population?
Knowledge transfer is already screwed up because of all the white people that they got rid of in the government. I mean, the reason why we have so much capacity problems is because they retrenched all the white people on purpose to make room for black economic empowerment in government jobs. And so you have, just an army of black employees working for the government who are overburdening the tax system can't basically cope with that parasitism, with that level of, sort of social mobility that is paid for by government coffers. There's a huge mismatch there in terms of value for money. And when that is going to be, when is that going to be reckoned with? I was going to say the problem is also unions. I mean, unions in the country are so strong that, I mean, like, you're not going to have a good employment environment until we have something to do with teachers' unions and something to do with unions in general.
Yeah.
I think I'm currently a fan of unions.
But yeah, we psyching out on the opposite end when it comes to that, and it's just sad because as much as I am positive about South Africa, I'm keenly aware of the fact that people haven't changed their ideological base, right? So it's not like they've gone, socialism doesn't work, let's switch to capitalism. It's more like they've gone, these people who are supposed to deliver us socialism haven't done well, therefore we need to try another set of people, right? And
I really,
that's rather unfortunate
about how bad the country is, because in my view, the middle class is the end goal. Everyone should, it should be the goal of every government is that everyone should be middle class. That should be the policy of the country. And so the idea that you're going to attack the white middle class and that you're going to zero sum, siphon off the white middle class and redistribute and make an artificial, inauthentic black middle class that's parasitic off, the economy is just crazy. It just destroys value like you cannot believe. it's just so wasteful in every dimension. And then you end up with white flight, and you end up with the brain drain, and you end up with all these negative things. And like,
Could you, Si, could you just go into what you mean by this artificial black middle class, and how big do you reckon the that section of the population is? Because, like, just speaking on this is just purely anecdotal, right?
I mean, I have no idea what the statistics are. I mean, you have to look at the Black Economic Empowerment premium, which they're not tracked by procurement. Like the actual public procurement does not calculate what the Black Economic Premium is. So we don't know how much extra we're paying. But I mean, just the government.
I see the premium.
Huge. Like, what is government? Like 30% of GDP or something like that. So it's
I'm talking numbers of workers, because GDP is irrelevant to like, I'm not talking about the amount we spend on them. I'm talking about how many people constitute this artificial black middle class.
That's the only way that I have to get a measure of the scale of how many people are in government, like working for government.
You know why I'm scared to use that whole thing? Because we know very well that there's some people who, in fact, not some, most are way overpaid, right? Like, working in government is considerably, for the most part, considerably better than working for private companies, which is like inverted. That's not how it's supposed to be. Serving the public is supposed to be an act of, what you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? Starts with the P. But basically, it's supposed to be an act of kindness for everyone, right? Philanthropy, right? And it's not supposed to be a route to riches. And yet you have, I remember you were talking about Eskom earlier. Just growing up, like, the sorts of things I'd see and the sort of attitude people would have towards Eskom employees was that, if someone works for Eskom, they basically made it. They'll never be fired. They're earning a whole lot of money, and they get all sorts of perks. Like, we'd see them coming to our schools, fetching their kids in company cars, etc., right? And I compare that to the experience of the average person working for a private company. They don't have company cars that they can sort of drive like their own. They don't have perks. They don't have all these subsidies and other incentives that are given to the workers that work for government. And I just wonder how large that fake middle class is, because I know for a fact that the vast majority of them have actually earned it, right? But
they have earned
it's like, have actually, like, worked. They qualified. They've got jobs. It's not like, I suppose your reply is going to be the fact that BE is there just nullifies all of that, right?
Well, I mean, what I was referring to predominantly was not even Black economic empowerment in private industry, but specifically people who work for government.
Yeah.
Because I do think that the government employees, the problem is that even if you do your job, you're probably not doing a job, if you know what I mean.
I get what you're saying. It's like fluff.
Your job doesn't mean that your job has been calibrated,
it's actually productive,
managed and administered
in
such a way that it's actually effective labor. That it's labor that's going.
Essentially, you're talking about all the paper pushes and the, I don't know if you've seen those videos of, like, a person, like, sort of acting like he's part of the job, sort of, or like the person who acts like they're stopping the train when they're actually just slowing down along with the train.
Emmanuel,
it's like that sort of thing.
Earned their job, though. I mean, do you just mean that? I mean, because obviously there are preconditions to getting a job. You have to have certain qualifications, and you have because you meet some standards. I don't think that necessarily means that it's not inauthentic, because I do think that the changeover that they did was a bit too quick, and they didn't transfer the skills. Like
I get all of that. I'm just what I'm referring to is that there's a huge portion of middle class Black South Africans who would have been hired anyway.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm essentially saying they would have been hired if there were no BE, they still would have been hired. So those are the people that I regard as people who've earned their position, right?
Yeah.
The rest, the people who got in, who wouldn't have got in had there been no BE, those don't count. But then obviously then that begs the question, how do you gauge that? You know, how do you...
Yeah. No, I mean, I have a problem with the premise of that statement, which is just that I think that if it's nice to say people would have been employed anyway, but because the environment, the social, cultural environment is completely adverse to authentic freedom of association, people choosing who they hire, we end up with a different attitude. We end up in a completely different mode of relating to one another and relating to work. And so I do think that we don't have a free market. We have a racialized sort of authoritarian position from government. And
I'm going to sort of cut through what you're saying, Syke. Sorry to interrupt you, but what percentage of said Black middle class do you think would not have been hired had there been no BE? Put a percentage, 10, 20, 30, 40, 80?
I have no idea, but I was just arguing against that calculation. I mean, my argument in what I was just saying was that because the attitude is different, the whole cultural mode is different. I mean, because the current system works on double standards, people are now are entitled. They expect double standards in everything. This is also why I think we have a slight disagreement over political strategy I mean, in the long term, in the national elections, maybe, or maybe you would change your advice that you would give in the compared to the local elections to the national elections. Maybe there's a different strategy that you would employ, but I'm afraid that people are much too conditioned to the double standards, and now they're not going to let them go politically. Like, we're not going to have a clean political fight.
What you're saying makes perfect sense, right? I know it because I live it. I see it. I see people who vigorously, seriously defend the different scales. You know, the tilting of the scales in favor of Black people, and obviously they have a few points. I can understand how they get to it, but it doesn't counter the fact that at the end of the day, it's not fair, right? Okay, fine. So that said, I do believe that there are people who would have been hired anyway. Because, say, for example, what do you do when you're hiring someone who's just come out of university, right? Are you qualified? Did you get the degree? And especially if the degree is rigorous enough, they don't even ask for your transcripts. The fact that you got it already is proof enough, you know. And this is the case. I know my mother got hired that way. Literally walked into the hospital, said, "I'm a doctor. Hey, here you go. Stethoscope, do your job." And this was back in the 80s. So this is long before BE. This is during apartheid, right? So I get the
So your mom got a job as a doctor during apartheid?
Yeah.
No, but Emmanuel.
Yeah.
Right.
The point though is that the environment would have been completely different. So if you didn't have BEE, then for example, university degrees would be worth a lot more. than they are today.
Correct.
If you didn't have BEE in admissions of universities. So like everyone's credentials would be innately more valuable. Also, when people did get hired, maybe they would be there would be some gratitude, which there is no gratitude.
Yes,
There's just entitlement.
I get your points, but on the opposite end of what you're saying, right? I get the impression that people believe that just because there was like BE or whatever, right, that renders the degree completely useless, right? That renders the candidate completely useless. And there's a difference between giving an opportunity to someone who would have got an 80%, say for example, right, over someone who would have got 90. And I understand that's unfair, right? But that doesn't mean that 80% is equal to 0. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so like you sort of get this impression. That's the impression I get.
You just chose to knock it down 10%.
Doesn't nullify everything.
Yes, I understand all of this. I understand this calculation, GM. That the fact that it's a loss to the welfare of the economy of the country as a whole, right? Yeah. But nevertheless, I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to treat some 10%. I completely understand, GM, but I don't think it's fair to treat someone who got 80% as though they got 0. This is my problem.
No, you wouldn't have to treat them any certain way if you don't let them in there.
I don't know, Emmanuel. That's such a weird argument, though, to say that, like, well, the degree isn't worth nothing, therefore it must be worth something, and so it's still viable. So everything
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's actually exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that I get the impression from especially business owners, like just what the EFF would call white capital, right? I get the impression that they say if it's not completely meritocratic, then it's completely useless. And I don't think it's good to view it in such a black and white way.
It's a slippery slope, though, Emmanuel.
It is.
You start choosing the 80s over the 90s, and you keep doing that.
I completely agree with that.
And then you get down the line where I'm at, and they're constantly choosing the 30s.
Yes, I'm with you, and I don't think anyone wants
productivity people over the 90 and 100s because they have vaginas. Seriously, in this man's job,
Emmanuel, I think you've really constructed a straw man. This is a straw man argument completely. Like, whether or not having a degree is completely useless does not mean that BEE has some redeeming quality or that it's still viable. Like what's your argument?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's not. BEE. What I'm saying is that it's not good to dismiss people who come out of university purely on the fact that they are not white because of the fact that BE was there. Because that goes, essentially what you're doing is that you dismiss a huge cohort which would have, made it into university anyway.
No, but the purely on the fact that dismissing them is purely sound, is totally sound.
Do you think universities accept people who do you think universities accept people who can't read?
No, but you can't just say university. You can't just say my argument is that university counts for nothing, and therefore I must be wrong because university can't count for nothing.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. This is what I'm trying to say. It's not. It's not black and white, right? Because there are degrees to this. There's levels to this.
Like, you're trying to capture the viability of BEE. Like I don't understand the argument. Like, I don't even know what you're arguing for. Like, what are you arguing for?
What I'm trying to say, Syke, is that we have a huge group of okay, let me put it this way. What is the unemployment rate for, and I hate to go down this road, but I'm trying to make this point, right? What's the unemployment rate for the average black person versus the average white person?
Now, again, this statistic is
hold on. I get it. Just walk with me.
It's going a while.
You understand?
Are you
You
going to
understand that
include
obviously
all the
it's
employed white people overseas that left the country? How are you going to include them? Just tell me how you want to include those
well,
people
okay, obviously,
in your statistic.
obviously that's an area that is difficult to incorporate, because obviously then you're going to ask a person that has to ask how many black people have left South Africa to go and look for jobs elsewhere, you know. So it is what it is. But let's just work with what we have in South Africa, right?
No, I don't accept that. I think no. That's a wishy-washy way of getting out of it. Like yes, there are black people
Okay,
that have left the country and that have successfully got high-powered careers in London. I know about
right,
them. You know, I know a lot about those
right,
people, and there are a lot of them that do exist and do that. The top
right,
achievers of the black community have, you know, the world is their oyster. They can go to Germany and do STEM. You know, they can go to America even. I've known South Africans that have gone to New York in
yes,
technology and things like that.
yes,
But
yes.
I mean,
And how many of them got into university via BE?
sorry, how many have gone to university without sorry?
How many of that cohort had like what I'm essentially saying is that there's a good chance that
I would say
cohort would have been
none of them
dismissed.
got into university from BE. They just got in.
Yes, but in South Africa they would have been dismissed, and there's a good chance that they would have been unemployed. And you went into this point the last time we spoke, talking about how perhaps part of the reason that we have such a drastic difference between the unemployment rates for white people and black people, besides the competence factor, is also a sense of basically trying to
that these high achieving people wouldn't have made it in university. I don't accept that without BE. I don't accept that.
I'm saying that we're speaking past each other. I'm saying that I acknowledge that they would have made it into university without BE.
Okay.
Right. So we are on the same page on this point. But I'm saying that the problem is that when they leave university, they have to go and compete and get a job. And unfortunately, there's a good, to a certain degree, there's a good level of them being dismissed purely because of the fact that there is such a thing as BE. So by virtue of the fact that there's this policy called BE that tilts the scales.
So it's bad.
People, yes, which is bad. I acknowledge
BE
that. But
policies are bad.
People outright.
DEI quotas are bad because what it does is it skews people's perception.
Yes.
And it makes people treat all the people like that because some people get put into positions because of it.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what we're talking about, though. But
my issue with BE and how people Yep.
The other thing is that if you, because you see, like what a university degree now for a black person is just like high school. It's just like basically saying I do actually I have graduated high school just now at a slightly higher level because high school doesn't count for what it used to, and university doesn't count for what it used to. But now university is about the same as high school, and that's because the standards have dropped, and to let people in. And
yes, no. Here at Texas A&M University, I have a client that works in the admin office, and she told me exactly when they dropped the GEE or GE. Whatever fucking
the way. Is it GED?
No, GRE is the test that you're supposed to take for admission. And she told me exactly when A&M dropped it because they needed to get more fucking black people in there. Because they were having pressure put on them by federal fucking government because they didn't have enough black people at Texas A&M. So they dropped the GRE. I'm like, why don't you just recruit like in different areas? Like, I mean, not that I'm for getting a quota, but we're talking about A&M, agricultural and mechanical. Like, how many fucking farmers?
So I mean, let me just state some things that I think hopefully we all agree with, and that is that university, tertiary education, that isn't technically based, but isn't, like, let's say, intellectually based. Because, you know, the reason why people go to university rarely is not to learn skills. They go to university to research. University is a research institution. It's there to extend knowledge and extend understanding. That's the point of a university. If you just want to learn a skill, you're at the wrong place to go to university. But it's a sorting mechanism, because if you can make it at university, you're supposed to know how to learn, know how to assimilate information and process information accordingly. So, you know, it's a sorting mechanism. It's basically a giant IQ test. And when you stop sorting people with it, because you're just handing out the degrees to the right color of skin, then you've lost meritocracy. It's not viable as a sorting mechanism anymore. And so obviously it stopped being a sorting mechanism with respect to black candidates in this country. It's it's a market response to you know, a failing system.
My issue, Syke, is with this complete dismissal, right? And
look, we can all say it's abysmal and it's sad that of the complete dismissal, inverted commas. I mean, people don't have to be completely dismissed, but the point is that there isn't a capacity to hire people anyway. I mean, we're growing at less than the growth of the country.
That I'm with you. We're on the same page when it comes to that point, right? I was actually saying that earlier, that I actually think the real problem in South Africa is that there's just not enough jobs. It's not the case that there's a whole skills mismatch or people are not properly trained, etc., etc. I think there are plenty of trained people who are competent, who would walk into a job and just work. And those people are not being hired because the economy is just that bad. Right?
We just don't have jobs. We're losing jobs.
Yeah.
Yes, because I mean, Elon Musk has openly stated that he is one person that will not go to your country and open up a company and create jobs because of the BEE policies. Like, in order to get some kind of license to operate business within your country, he has to meet a fucking hiring quota.
Yeah.
Like, the policies are stopping that shit.
Let me give you some context, GM, to sort of like make it clear, right? The problem we have in South Africa is that, you know, like I'll see Americans mock South Africa for this fact, but it's just, that's the fact. In South Africa, in America, affirmative action is for the minorities who were, I guess, going through the whole script, who were previously disadvantaged, etc., right?
Yeah.
But in South Africa, it's the majority.
Yeah, I know.
And that swings the dynamic way. Like, so you have a situation where essentially like 60% of the population is locked out of the economy, effectively, right? And the large majority of that, like the vast majority of that portion of society is black.
Yeah,
like,
I just want to add that counterintuitively, this is also contributed to by the fact that if you're white, if you're a white entrepreneur, you basically, it's harder for you to do business in the country. So it's harder for everyone to thrive, because that's the thing, is like business, like imagine I had a small business, we had 10 people involved, and we only had one black partner in the business. We can't even do that. When you know, you have to go, 80% of the population is black, therefore 80% of your partners have to be black. Otherwise, it doesn't fly, you know, according to the regulation. It's
right. You can't do business unless.
I don't think it's that strict, Psych, but it leans that way. That's the basic logic, right? That you need to boost your black representation. As essentially, it's the government trying to kickstart the process of getting black people to be more involved in the economy, because for historical reasons and et cetera, they've essentially been locked out. I know plenty of people who when you speak to them, they're capable, but for a vast number of reasons, they are locked out of the economy, whether it be finances, parents not having enough money to take you to school, not having enough money to take you to a good pre-university sort of school, and then you can tell that this person's got the potential, but they don't have the foundational education, and that is essentially that makes them unemployable. Because I mean,
this
if you
really
can't
breaks
do,
my heart. I mean, this is the whole crux of it, and the only way to fix this is that you have to have proper education, which we're 20 years late on. So because we have teachers' unions who are like the spawn of Satan, who need to be exorcised and removed from society, and no political force will do anything about it. Not that they could. Even the people who you would think would want to do something about it don't have the political numbers to do anything about it anyway at this point. So we're still 10 years out from even fixing the problems that are holding us back.
What about the parents' role,
I
though?
do think that me and Emmanuel, I think, probably do disagree about what is locking people, to some degree, about what is locking people out of the economy. Because I do think that...
And I'll bring in a third. It's the fucking mother's job to grow and nurture their children into being productive members of society. Where's that conversation going on?
Okay, you're assuming that those... Here's the reality, right, GM? You're assuming that those mothers were properly educated themselves. We don't have that in South Africa. So we have like multiple generations of people who haven't been brought to the level that is required to have your average job today. So you have a situation where even the parents can't teach them out, they can't like assist because they don't have the capacity. We had a system called Bantu Education Aside, and it was from the perspective of the government, it was an attempt to at least bring them to a certain standard of education. But even that standard wasn't good enough. And when I read on it, like there's only so much I can actually blame the government guys for it, because just from a sheer capacity and demand point of view, it was very difficult to actually solve the problem, right? Because we had come out of essentially the bushes in 1910. Because before that, it was still, factions fighting different, that's literally when the union was established, the Union of South Africans. So and then from there it was, a couple of decades, and then it was the start of apartheid. So, and in between, I could say largely what was happening is that Black people were essentially, excuse my language, but essentially way behind, in terms of development as a society, right? And that's just the truth. That's just the fact of the matter, right? And it's like trying to bring people from the Iron Age to the 21st century in the span of 10 years, 20 years, with supply, with a capacity that's way outstripped by the demand, because just the sheer dynamics of it, right? And that just brought about a situation where you have now people who can't read, whose parents can't read, whose teachers are for whatever reasons, the system, the unions, all of that are incapable of teaching them to read.
Do these people have phones?
Yes, they do. But it's a matter of
but they can't read, but they have phones.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. South Africa is a weird place, and we've come a long way in terms of literacy, but it's not when you actually scratch beneath the formal definition of literacy. Technically, we have the vast majority of South Africans are literate, technically. But if you say, okay, now I'm giving you a textbook, do this, read it, and take the knowledge and apply it. That's a whole different thing to just being able to say the cat sat on the mat,
Yeah.
I mean,
it's about the whole concept of reading for meaning and things like that. So yeah.
I don't know. I'm illiterate. I don't like to read. I like to. I'm an auditory learner myself.
To illustrate the point, right? I probably have relatives, right, that who can't read at the necessary level, right? If you think of the fact that I come from the same genetic stock, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they were like inbred or something. You get what I'm saying? Like even if one were to say maybe they should have been like, maybe because of like who like the other side of their family is, maybe there would have been like a bit of a dilution of IQ, but no way should be to the extent where people are like rendered incapable of
It's
working.
a failing of education, really. But I mean,
that's exactly what I'm trying to say. So it's an acute failure of education, right? So I understand that side of things, right? But then of the group that is actually successful, that actually did manage to get through the system, be competent, and get through university, be competent, be like, okay, cool, you made it over so many hurdles, you're now here, you qualified. But when we look at the just the broad numbers of things, for whatever reason, your unemployment rate is like multiple times higher than that of your white counterparts. And what that does, even if like I agree with a lot of the points that you're making, from the point of people who are looking at the system, right? It's like clearly the system is against Black people. Therefore, we need BE, we need affirmative action, because without it, it will only get worse. So the let's say the tenfold unemployment rate difference.
Are you talking? Sorry, Emmanuel. Are you talking on your own behalf now? This is your argument. This is your thinking, or you're just saying in general?
I'm thinking. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the average Black South African, like the sort of person who'd be going to vote for EFF, even though they really disagree with them.
What pisses me off about that argument is just the lack of self-consistent, the lack of self-reflection, the lack of moral hygiene. You know, like there's just no responsibility for anything. You know, it's just like, well, you know, we had to overcome so many hurdles, so we're allowed to demolish the standards of university and make it our credential. You know, like make us credentialed imposters. You know, just give us more credentials.
Yeah. You see, my problem with what you're saying, Syke, is that you're going to the extreme end of this discussion, right? I understand what you mean by that. I understand how it can seem like that. But from the perspective of the average Black person, they're saying, look, I've had to go through a system where I have to essentially deal with teachers who can't teach me, right? I have to essentially teach myself through primary school and high school, get to university. Mind you, I'm being taught in a language that's not spoken at home. It's probably my third or fourth language. I get to university. I get through the courses. I pass, and then when I get to the stage of now trying to get employment, I'm told that because of the fact that the scales were tilted in my favor, there's sort of like an automatic dismissal of whatever qualification I've got. Right, and I understand.
These things
I understand.
go together.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah,
I'm just speaking purely from the point of trying to empathize and understand the perspective of the average South African who has to go through that entire ordeal, right? Of having parents who are, let's say, cleaners, right? Gardeners, you know, doing the little that they can to get you through school. They take you to school. They can't even afford it because it's literally a choice between paying school fees and eating, right? And then you go through one of these schools that are no-fee schools, sponsored by the government, but the teachers are useless. The teachers can't teach mathematics they can't even do mathematics at a level that's higher than 5th grade.
And they have
I think that's the case. Fifth or 7th grade, and that's the average. Right? Yeah. That's the system that these people are coming out of. And if you have someone who's somehow able to bring themselves to a point where they can actually write a matric exam and pass, like get the necessary marks to get into university. And I'm not talking 60s, I'm talking 80s, right? I'm just thinking from their perspective, that shows a certain level of resilience and capacity to, because it's one thing to learn when you've been taught by competent teachers. It's another thing to learn when you have to teach yourself from scratch, when you haven't even been taught how to learn. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but see, what I don't understand about this whole argument is there's so many. Well, okay, in my country, there's so many other fucking jobs, trades, different fucking jobs everywhere that you don't necessarily need a degree for. Like you guys seem to be battling over this small, high value fucking job market.
So I've
and
just
how
been
many
highly
people don't get it?
credentialized.
Like
The problem,
it's the
GM,
same here though. Like
it kind of goes
I'm
back to what Syke
wondering,
was saying.
yeah, I'm
You know,
wondering because there's so much growth. There's so much. I mean, there's shit being built everywhere. Like I go on a route, like just in my community that I haven't done in a month, and there's 3 new fucking houses. Like, like shit's growing fast here, and I know it's not the same all over the United States, but definitely in Texas, it's kind of a thing.
right.
But businesses are allowed to do what they're gonna do. They're allowed to conduct business properly. They're not. I mean, there are definitely policies and guidelines and all the things that they have to follow, but it's not as constrained as you must hire X amount of people. Blah blah blah. So I'm thinking you get rid of the BEE policy, and it will bring in more business and create more jobs for the people that aren't university fucking material anyway. Like, not everybody needs to go to a fucking university, Emmanuel.
Do you know who? You know who will? I think the one cohort in America that could actually understand what I'm talking about is people who work in tech, and particularly the people who've had to see, who've had to sit by and watch H-1B visa people take their jobs and stuff like that. That's essentially what's happening to South Africa as a whole, right? Is that we have a huge issue of illegal immigration. We have a huge issue of what we're talking about of the BE, dilemma, where on one hand it's like that you can't force me to hire someone who's not as good as the best candidate, right? On the other hand, it's like at the same time a country can't survive if the vast majority of its people are locked out of the economy.
Right.
That's just
but
that's
the
just
economy doesn't
right?
exist because it's not growing there. Like the
No,
economy would be
there is
better.
a white economy that pre-exists, as it were, and that white economy is just treated as like a zero-sum pie that can just be muscled in on, and that people are expected. I mean, the problem really here is moral hygiene and having enough sophistication to see that if you abuse your own institutions, if you abuse education just to get the answer that you want, which is that, oh, well, I have this piece of paper which entitles me to have a good paying job in the private sector. Well, we've already made a system that maximizes for that. And where has it gotten us? Nowhere. But there's no responsibility to say, well, I own this corrupt system. It needs to be reformed. There's no moral hygiene. There's no self-awareness. There's no self-introspection around any of these points. It's just zero-sum money game. That I need a seat at the table. I deserve a seat at the table, even though I've destroyed education, and I take no political responsibility for that. I mean, that's what I'm hearing from Emmanuel, but that's how I reduce your argument down. I can sympathize with the individual. I understand devil's advocate.
I get your point. I actually agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I think it needs to be split. Like your target audience needs to be split. There's one message that needs to go to the average person who's getting to university, doing all that, and then there's another message that needs to go to the ANC. And I think giving the ANC message to the people who are just trying to get by is not fair, because they didn't destroy the education system. right?
Well,
You
I
might
would
say,
argue
okay, by
they
virtue
did
of the fact that
vote.
they voted, that yeah, yeah, you say that, but yeah. So, but I'm just saying, think about like a kid, right? I haven't voted. You know, if let's say I'm like 18 going to university, I haven't voted for this. You
Yeah.
know, and if
Your
and by
parents
virtue
did
of
though.
just yes, maybe you can blame the parents, right? But even
Yes.
them, like, okay, here's the problem with the whole thing with parents, right? Like
Oh
how you know
yes,
how
they
I
don't
said
know
that
any
they're
better.
not properly
Whatever.
they're
You
not
see, that's where
they're
you
not
and
properly
Psych were both on the fucking same page. And
they
I'm
don't
like, no, parents need to take fucking responsibility. But they can't. Bullshit.
okay. Would you expect your 5-year-old to have a good grasp on economics and the unintended consequences of the interventions advocated for by socialists?
No, but Bandit's 5-year-old, I would expect to have a good
Yes,
understanding.
but the average 5-year-old,
No.
right? Now, for all intents and purposes, a lot of South African adults are very low when it comes to that. I'm talking like parents now. I'm not talking like the millennials. I'm talking Gen X and above, right?
Mhm.
The They don't have the capacity. Like we have this weird phenomenon in South Africa where people will look at like they live through the like poverty, like they live it. You would expect people who live in poverty to be the first ones to advocate for change, and yet when the government comes along, brings a cup of tea, a couple t-shirts, a loaf
Oh,
of bread, maybe some KFC, and it's like, okay, I'm going to vote for them again,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Did you say
Right, like
KFC?
yeah. So quite literally, yeah. I know it's the meme,
Yeah.
but yeah. So
No, hold on.
uh, uh,
On a side note, I talked to somebody a couple days ago, a fellow tribesman, and he was talking about the shit that was going on his tribe during COVID, and they were incentivizing people to take the vaccine and paying them like $250 a pop. So the people that were taking advantage of the government would keep going and getting boosters and shit and getting that
oh, I
paycheck.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's like, I don't see a lot of those people around anymore. I have not seen them. They
And,
just
sorry,
disappeared.
Emmanuel, just talking to you now, though, it makes me very pessimistic about the upcoming elections because I really do feel
yeah,
that the double standards that Black people feel entitled to is a kind of racial scapegoating, which makes an irresponsible electorate, that makes a fundamentally dangerous electorate that is capable of genocide, even. You know, I mean, the logic is the
at
same.
extremes, yeah, at extremes, yeah,
And I do think it has to. I mean, I have a problem with the DA at the moment because the DA are going for your strategy, which is just sort of appease people with the
yeah.
worst morality and expect that maybe they'll make a pragmatic choice for once in their life. But are they going to make a pragmatic choice when racial scapegoating is the mother's milk of the ANC and they have fed it to the country and you don't even think it's worth challenging? You know, like it to me it forebodes, you know, the country is just doomed.
Yeah,
I don't see any optimism because if the double standard can't be unwound and you actually get the real medicine, because I mean all of this, like, you know, you yourself are arguing in like, you know, you want to be, you I mean, look, I can sympathize as well. You know, these people who have gone through these horrible lives, and can't we just give them some what they want? Can't we just let them feel like we're giving them every opportunity, and that we're even letting them use, you know, like racial scapegoating to get what they want? But that is the poison. That is the thing that is destroying the system. That is the thing. That's why you don't have to fix education, because you don't need authentic transformation anymore. You don't need genuine transformation of anyone's situation. All you need is to be lifted, helicoptered, and some people can be helicoptered up the ladder of success, but the helicopter only takes like one person in the population, and you can only displace so many white people, which are what, like 7% of the population. So are you really going to squeeze that last 7% of employment? If that's what you want so badly, like you can take the last 7% and you can genocide the white people and take everything that they have, and you're going to be left with no skills. You're going to be left with no education system that's worth anything. You're just going to be up a creek without a paddle. And what you're going to do with your zero-sum economy then that can't grow, and that's based on essentially ideological imposters lying to themselves about what they deserve.
Syke raises a lot of good points. Like I agree with a lot of what he's saying, but the problem is when I look at the reality of the average Black person in South Africa, and I look at like the just the sheer poverty that has not shifted. If anything, it's got worse.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Right, and I understand that the logical thing is the logical thing is to say you need to sacrifice to get to the point where you can I understand the economics behind it, right? But when I look at it's just like will we even have the time to do we even have that period of time available to us? Because obviously things take time to turn around, right? And most of the time. And
well, then the alternative.
I'm genuinely worried that I'm actually worried that we'll see collapse. We'll see something like a Haiti or something.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to work against the collapse. I don't want there to be a collapse. I want there to be proper reform and restoration and proper standards. But the problem is, like the ANC really have poisoned politics in this country. They complain about white people constantly. Everything is about apartheid. Everything is about apartheid beneficiaries. That's how they refer to us. And like that frame of reference just obviously facilitates the racial scapegoating. And as soon as you have racial scapegoating, if you blame everything on apartheid, then you don't take responsibility for the country. And if you have a government that doesn't take responsibility for the country, then you just have unaccountable government, which is what we have. And we have a population which is so unsophisticated that, quite frankly, just doesn't really give a damn too much about that. It cares more about, not losing BEE preferential treatments.
Okay, about the whole BE thing, right? Like, the vast majority of South Africans don't actually benefit from BE. Like, that's a fact, right? So you have like a small group with like a vested interest in upholding BE and keeping it, and I suppose the one could say to the average Black person, you've had BE for the past 30 years. Your life hasn't changed. What's the worst that can happen if you were to vote for something that's the exact opposite of what we have? Like, what's the worst that can happen? Like, how much poorer can you get? Really, right? And
you could actually have targeted poverty relief without BE. If you didn't have BEE, you could actually have relief that targets poor people. You could also have university admissions that targets poor people.
You still want, now it's sort of like we're swapping roles now. You still have the same problems, right? Like, say for example, what's happening in the Cape, right? With the housing and the overall welfare situation outside. It's incentivizing people to go there. And the problem is that the sorts of people who are going there are not the sorts of people who will vote for the system that works. That's the huge issue, and I'm vehemently opposed to Cape independence and the Cape exit, all that stuff. I believe that the Western Cape is part of South Africa and it should always stay part of South Africa. We are all in this together. We should all solve the problem together, right? But
Fine, that's very easy to say.
I can completely understand why they have the view that they have. I completely understand it, and it's valid. In fact, my adherence to keeping the Cape in South Africa is purely sentimental. If you were to ask me to justify from a logical, philosophical point of view, I don't have, like, whatever thing I would bring up wouldn't have legs, so.
Well, I think a lot of the people that are promoting Cape independence are doing so as a last resort, as a, it's not their preferred thing that they want to do. It's just, it's in order to prosper, and instead of just being destroyed by the ANC and by racial politics, because all these things are obviously just getting worse at the moment. So,
but can you acknowledge? I think we should be honest about this. There is an element of racism in it, right? Like, I don't think the people who are purely advocating for Cape independence are racist. I don't think they're racially motivated, but I think it's a convenient thing for the racists to talk about, right? Like, you guys have your hellhole of the country. We will stick with the functional part of the country. It's functioning because white people are here. Yours is functioning because yours is dysfunctional because black people are there, even though the dynamics do not show that. But like, okay, fine. Like, I'd rather, this is pure sentiment. I'd rather see us.
I don't agree with you. I think, like, there's always going to be racial tones that can be cast and aspersions that can be made about any movement. But I purely as a defensive maneuver, it's purely justifiable. Self-determination. We don't have the same racial demographic as the rest of the country. The truth is that's the reason why we would break away, is because we don't have a black majority, at least not yet in the Western Cape, and therefore it doesn't make sense that we have a black nationalist, black chauvinist government.
Yeah.
Which is what we're currently suffering under. It's just, there's so much racial sensitivity given to black racists that they can't even see their own double standards, that they can't even see their own dysfunction, and then the onus is always put onto the white agent or onto the seemingly non-black agent in the decision-making process. Somehow they must be saddled with all this baggage, and there's no responsibility. You can argue that South Africa was not ready for democracy, or the kind of democracy that we have.
I hold that point. I'm right there with you. I think South Africa should have gone through, say, a period of 30 to 50 years without like a full-on democracy. We should have had like a thing of essentially we keep the people who've built the country, who've made it functional, in power, or at least at controlling how to run the economy, right?
But the truth
and then
is
there should be like a proper way of learning from it.
How are they going to get it? Like, how's the black electorate ever going to turn the corner? Because that's the real question. The DA is begging.
It's a trust issue. It's a trust issue, Psych, and you can't. There's no way you can. Like, imagine if you're in a relationship and your wife cheats on you, right? But they've spent the last 2 years completely, they haven't cheated on you or whatever, right? But like, you still have that thing of like, I don't trust you, It's that whole thing. Like, it's a very similar dynamic, because
I don't think it has anything to do with trust. I think it's
trust.
Much more dark. It's much more malevolent. It's hate.
No, I disagree. I completely disagree. I don't think it's hatred. I think it's genuine fear that has been stoked by propaganda, obviously from the ANC and other parties of their ilk. And what that does, like every time I talk to people and I find someone who's like, I'd rather vote for the EFF than, say, for example, the DA, right? When you speak to them and you actually like drill down, like the average South African, like average Black South African, is much closer to what the FF plus is than even the DA, let alone the ANC, right? Like most South Africans are conservative. Most South Africans are Christian, church going, and yet I guess the same sort of dynamic that you have in the States, where it's like if you actually sit down with the average Black person, they're actually quite conservative. Yet they vote for all this liberal nonsense because they've been convinced that if you ever vote for this other party, like they will bring back, you know. You get what I'm saying? And I don't think it's hatred so much as it is fear.
The definition of bringing back apartheid has been merged with just not having racial preferential treatment. With you know, it's just basically doing without the double standards that destroy everything in your society.
The idea is like from their point of view is that if you do away with the guardrails, right, you're essentially allowing them to go back to default settings. That's the sort of so I can understand why you think that's hatred, but it's not. It's a lack of trust. It's fear. It's fear. I don't think the average Black South African hates the average white South African. They don't. There's no hatred. It's a massive fear. If you speak to them, they acknowledge the fact that most Africans will acknowledge the fact that the DA is better than the ANC when it comes to governance. And it's like, okay, so why didn't you just vote for it then? Because they've proven. I understand maybe why you don't want to vote for, say, the FF plus. I can understand that. But here's the DA. They've proven that they're able to govern. Why don't you try them? And it's like, no. Why? And it all boils down to fear, really.
No, I can't accept that. I mean, then I must say it's stupidity. Then it's sheer stupidity. If you're going to say it's fear, then I'm going to translate that into stupidity.
Fear for people make stupid decisions.
How can it be anything but stupid when you are so afraid of your ideological enemy that you're going to allow yourself to be destroyed while blaming your ideological enemy? To me, that's a recipe that describes hatred more than anything else.
No, it's not hatred. You're taking that's a quite the leap you're making, right? Because people can act like that out of fear. It's a completely you can reason it out that someone can be out of fear, act against their own best interests.
You see, it's
like
like
you speak.
You see, the thing is, I wish I could believe you, but I don't, because I mean, if I believed you, I would tell the DA, go against affirmative action, go again, well, not affirmative action, but go against Black economic empowerment, go against these things, talk about the double standards, but then tell people, don't fear apartheid. We're going to have transformation legislation. We're going to have proper access. We're going to have all these things. I would counsel them to do that, but I feel I would be stupid counseling that, because the people that they're talking to some degree, they must know that there's something dishonest in their position, that there's some, it's like you're going to fear the DA so much that you're going to run to the Western Cape and live under the DA government. Like, how does that make any sense?
That's what I'm saying. It's irrational. It's irrational, right? And it comes from fear. Once you understand that there's at the base there's a fear of a deep-seated fear, or a deep-seated fear of apartheid coming back. That then makes things make sense, because then it's like, okay, I can understand why, in the face of utter poverty, right? You guys have been living in an area without crossing rivers, without a bridge, going to schools that don't even have like roofs over them, you all of these things, and yet you continue to vote for this party, right? And there's also an element that needs to acknowledge that given all of the stuff that I've said before, cult of personality also have quite some hold over South Africans, especially Black South Africans, right? If you ask the average Black South African that votes for the EFF, like to lay out why he's voting for the EFF, most of them won't actually illustrate policy. Like if you would sit with them, you'd say, okay, bro, you go to church like I do. You believe in the same sorts of things that I do. But why are you like totally suspending those beliefs when it comes to this? Right? And from your perspective, and I can understand why it looks like that from your perspective, you would think it's hate. I don't think it's hate. Like, I don't think it's hate. Like I was saying to, I had speaking to Reta the other day, not the other day, but like a few weeks ago.
Sorry, can I just make one interjection, or do you want to make this point?
Yeah, I was just going to make this point that he was basically saying to me, like, asking me, did you have white friends growing up? And I was like, yeah, like plenty, you know. Went to school with them. He was like amazed that like we had white people at school, because this is not his reality. You know, he's this is like, it's like I'm from another planet, you know. He was asking, like, did you have white guys at school? I'm like, yeah, we had all sorts of races, right? I'm talking Indian, everything, you name it. We had Chinese, you name it, right? I'm like, yeah, we have friends, your sleepovers and everything. And he's like, whoa, you know, like shocked, right? And he's asking, he asked, are they good people? I was like, what? You know? So like, and it's not like I don't know. Like, how can you hate white people if you've, let's say, I'm just thinking of this person specifically, if you've basically never had any real interaction with them, right? And you've been, for me, that's propaganda. That's heavy propaganda, right? He doesn't even have like any counterweight to sort of like balance him from that propaganda, because he doesn't have any like day-to-day interaction with white people, and the few he has in the context of a boss, and obviously when those relations are strained, then people just hold on to the fact that this person swore at me, or this person did that to me, or you know. So they've never had relationships with people from other races in other contexts, right? And that like, maybe I'm being too empathetic here, but I can see how that can tilt your view of life, you know. And yeah, when I look at that sort of person, I think of like the fact that there's a good chance he represents a huge chunk of South Africans. I don't see hate. I see ignorance. I see fear. That's what I see. I don't see hate.
But yet you don't counsel that people should try to educate people out of the double standards.
Oh yeah, no, I counsel that, obviously. Like, I think we should move away from that, right? But I also think that we need to acknowledge the fact that we live in a country where 60% of the population is locked out of the economy. And that comes with certain social ills, right? Like, I'm not trying to go on some deep moral investigation. I'm just talking practically now, pragmatically. That comes with certain social ills. And those social ills come with certain reactions to those social ills, which then become social ills themselves, right? So if you are the average white person who knows other white people who've been robbed, assaulted, all of that, right? And all of the people who've done that to them have been Black. That tilts your view of Black people, understandably so. You see? So I'm able to sympathize with both sides of this coin, and it's, I don't know, man. I think we could do with a lot more of that, of people like trying to understand the other person's point of view. You know, like trying to see, okay, look, maybe the person who's saying I don't want BE is not saying it because they want to see you like sink deeper into poverty. Maybe they're coming from the angle of, hey, look, I have a larger, more informed view of what an economy is supposed to be and how it's supposed to function. And I can see the market distortions and all sorts of other, you know, perversions that this sort of policy creates. And that's why I'm advocating that we should, you know, cancel it, abolish it. But like from a person who doesn't see that, who's not coming from that view, it's like, oh, you just want to see me. Oh, and this is where the likes of the EFF and all that, that's where they shine. They go, okay, you clearly the white people do not want to see you succeed, right? That's the whole thing, the EFF, that is. And they have, like, someone who was saying this, Franz Grenier actually put it in such a nice way. He said that if you were to take those people and like give them opportunity today, and then like show them how, you know, all that. Like if we had like a real drive, I wish I could find the clip. Maybe I could share it and we could play it. How am I going to find
I think
it?
I've seen it. Is where he talks about EFF supporters that if they had the opportunity to get a job, that they would leave behind their EFF mantle.
And I'm strong. I think I don't know if this comes from him being around a lot of black people. Maybe it's from like farms, like or whatever. But like he seems to have his finger right on the pulse when it comes to the sentiments of black people. And I think he gets the point that a lot of this is driven by lack of economic opportunity. And I understand from your point of view that morally it's wrong and all these things, we get that. But practically speaking, if we're just talking purely pragmatically, right? The best way to quell this would be to have some sort of drive to give these people economic opportunities. And this is why people then default to BE. Like you can see, it's sort of like a Chinese finger trap situation. And I get your point that it would be better to just, you know, rip the Band-Aid off.
Something's got to give. And I'm afraid that, like, without removing the double standard or without politically challenging it, we're not even going to get the medicine. Because if we don't, if the person who wins the elections has the foresight that they need to remove these things because they're poisonous, but doesn't have the manifesto kind of behind their action to do so, they're going to land up not being able to remove this evil stuff because it's going to be it's not going to be
hodgepodge of.
It's not going to, the numbers aren't going to make, because if they need Action SA as part of the coalition, Action SA is probably the most racist, supposedly pro-business capitalist party that exists. Like it's amazing how few parties there are that will actually.
You're right. Like, man.
So we're going to have a better form of ANC government basically in the future because the people who take over won't have the compunction to reform the system because we've stopped the process of politics. I mean, politics should be about persuasion and convincing people and arguing with people, but we just don't have such a sophisticated electorate, it seems.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, I think that's just the truth of it. We don't have I had a discussion with a relative of mine. This was about, I think it was 2019, and he had grown up. He's from Centurion, and it was the first time I'd seen him in a long, long time. So we just sort of like catching up, and yeah, so we got to the point of politics, and I was so shocked because this guy was. I suppose he was also shocked because he was trained. I can't remember what he did at university. He did. I think he did. He was something close to economics. I don't know if it was PPE or something along those lines. Like he had economics as a major, and I was just like, yeah. And then spoke. This guy started echoing like ANC views, and I was like, what? You know? And I was thinking to myself, how is it possible that you are? Just for context, he was born in '89, I believe. So he's heading towards 40. I was like, how do you have those views as a person who grew up in Centurion, had a relatively, basically a middle class life, had went to like good schools, went to university. You are supposed to be part of the cohort that's strongly against the ANC. All of this stuff, I'm just trying to point to the fact that I do believe that there's a heavy amount of propaganda that, like, a lot of this can be attributed to propaganda. And yes, I suppose you say, no, but they should be able to see through it. But like, that's
no. I agree. I
Yeah.
think the problem is that no one is challenging the propaganda. No, there are no counter elites within the black electorate or within the black community. You get black journalists who I think are the worst offenders, because black journalists especially, like, they know they have a special form of imposter syndrome. They are like special imposters that have to broadcast very widely and keep the system afloat, that keeps everyone paid, and that keeps, sort of the fake credentials being passed off as being credible. Like they keep the whole system afloat, I think. And they themselves know that they don't really earn their own keep. That they have, that they are propagandists for an ideological, racial framing of society. And if that ideological framing of racialism disappears, that they won't have cushy jobs anymore. They won't be given the leeway that they get. They weren't given the importance. So
like the DI departments of like your average American company.
Sorry, partners of average. Sorry,
I'm saying like the DI departments of the average American, big company, where it's like they have to advocate for DEI and make it seem like there's a need for it, because if they don't, then that literally wipes out the entire purpose of them being there.
Yeah.
I just wish that there was more black pushback, and that there was more intellectualism, like in the black community, fighting this elite message, because you can't find anyone talking against. I mean, there's Big Daddy Liberty.
Yeah.
He's
like quite a few others.
He's like a paid activist from the IRR.
There are a few others, but I do. Okay, if I'm going to try make play devil's advocate, try to come up with the best excuse for why black people are not sort of pushing back against this. I think quite a lot are on social media. They're not loud, and obviously by virtue of the fact that they're going against the propaganda, and it's still heavily ingrained in South African society. They're not getting much traction, right? So 1, 2, the average black person has got quite a lot to deal with, because unlike the average white person, they the average salary for a black person covers a lot more people. I mean, that's just by virtue of the fact that we have a much higher unemployment rate. So it's like the average black person is sort of like the head of like multiple households, right? Granted, they still have an hour to put something out. It's not much of an excuse, but I'm trying to give you what they would probably say, right? And I think another thing that's quite bad about South Africa is that having the alternative view is not seen as that. It's seen as you're one of the bad guys. So you can't. We don't have that thing where like this conversation I was having with my relative. I remember he was saying, "Isn't that the system that we were trying to fight against?" And I was like, "No." You know, from my understanding, we weren't trying to fight for. Black people weren't trying to fight for communism. Black people weren't trying to fight for socialism. Black people were trying to fight for political freedom, right? And it just so happened to be that the ANC were the guys that took over, and unfortunately, this goes back to what I'm forgetting his name now. I think it starts with the G. GM. I think he's from Germany. He'd have like a pigeon as his profile picture whenever we talk.
Gray?
What was his name?
Gray?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah, I remember he was talking about. We spent like one stream talking about the influence that, like, why so many parties in so many countries in Africa are so heavily left, and he was talking about like how they're trained in Germany, and obviously a lot of them were trained in Cuba, and some of them went to London. It's interesting to see how this stuff plays out in like inner politics, the internal politics of the ANC, because you have people who essentially come from different schools of thought. A lot of them, like most of them, obviously left-leaning, but like they have some serious differences that they find difficult to sort of like solve. So you have the situation in South Africa where anything to the left of the standard, or to the right of the standard of the ANC, is seen as like, it's sort of like out in America, if you anything to the right of progressives, you're a Nazi.
Right.
That whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's that whole dynamic where if you propose anything outside of the yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it's like. So if you try to say, for example, okay, look, we have a huge problem here. Like, you don't even have to tackle it from the angle of race. You could just say, let's say practically, you are someone who's trying to hire a person to clean your garden, right? Or to clean your to do some landscaping, right? And you need it for the day, but there are laws in place that effectively make you committed, like bound to hiring them for the foreseeable future. And once you've taken any sort of like contract with them, it's like marriage. It becomes way more difficult to extricate yourself from it. It's
that's
like, can you imagine what it's like if you couldn't do that, if you couldn't like hire someone for a day and then let them go, and or like have that flexibility. And I remember having a conversation with someone, and they're like, "Yeah, I understand." And then once you try to, and it's like, "But what about the people once they lose their job? Well, how are they supposed to feed their families?" And all that. Like, a lot of this stuff is driven by poverty. Like, and it's like the idea that if I don't get this job, if I don't keep this job, chances are I'll never get another one, or I won't get one for a very long time. And that's like the motivation behind, or that's the political sort of like justification for why a lot of these laws are in place and why it's difficult to get rid of them. How do you turn around and talk to a population that has the highest unemployment rate in the world and tell them that we want to make it easier for people to fire you? Like, how do you sell that?
Yeah, I mean,
to get the practical like problem
Yeah.
we have here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like, and it takes a certain level of foresight, a certain level of being able to see into the future and being able to sacrifice. Like I said earlier, to be willing to sacrifice, for you to be willing to take that leap of faith and say, okay, let's get rid of BE, see how it works for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
But when the average person in your country is going to sleep without a meal.
Yeah. No, I see that. But they need to understand that BEE is stopping the growth. There would be more jobs without it. More, lots more, tons more.
Yeah.
It's
Like,
like
the
with
whole
BEE,
starting point is,
you'll only get 5 jobs. If you get rid of BEE, the job market would grow exponentially.
yeah.
How, as an economist, do you explain that to people?
I think you can talk to them, but like, you can't get past the fact that this person's hungry now. This person doesn't have a job now. This person can't feed their family now. Can't provide. Can't live a decent life. Especially in the case of men, can't get married.
I was going to ask you guys about that.
From a dignity point of view. Yeah, all these things factor in. Like, weirdly enough, Jim, I think I'd mentioned it in the last stream we had, or you had, that Black people have slipped below replacement rate.
Yes. Feminism has its grip
in South Africa. That's insane.
Yes.
That's insane.
Yes.
That's insane.
How do you tell your people, Emmanuel, that it's not the white people that's the problem, it's the feminism that's the problem, and the feminism caused the
and the socialism. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because I was going to ask, you would like a family, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you found your
Ideally,
mate?
yes.
Have you found your mate yet?
No.
Right? What's going on there?
I'm not looking.
Yeah, right.
I'm not looking. Yeah, it's not a matter of
why.
I'm not looking.
Why?
Because for much the same reasons that people are not looking in the West. It's weird. South Africa's weird, man. We like this weird hybrid of like a first world country and a third world country.
Yeah.
And we kind of like, I think we've picked the worst of both of these types. So
right.
Yeah. So we have the same sorts of dynamics of females having just unrealistic expectations.
Yeah.
You know, I remember I was talking to someone. I was explaining to her. I actually asked her. I was like, "What do you think the average, the median wage is for South Africans?" And she was like, "Yeah, I'm sure it's like somewhere around 20,000." I was like, "No way, 20,000 rand, that is." And I was like, "No way, not even close." If I'm not incorrect, I just need to search this, but if I'm not correct, it's around 7,000 rand, the median wage, right? And that's of the people, obviously. 7,000 rand, divide that by 16 to 20, depending on whatever exchange rate you want to use. Let's say it's a bit over $300. 300 per month. So that's meaning that that's the median wage. That's 50% of people earn less than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you can barely feed yourself with that money,
right?
Let alone take care of a family. Like this is the actual pressure that's behind the falling birth rate for South Africans. Because knowing South Africans, our birth rate should be twice what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say that people are probably more aware of things like contraception and stuff like that, especially in light of the HIV situation we had here. So all of that has sort of trained people to be very careful when it comes to that, and obviously that affects the birth rate. And then you couple that with the economic situation. It's just like even more of a reason to not have a kid. And that's of the people who are lucky enough to be seen as viable partners, right? But for the most part, most of them are excluded from that. So, yeah, that's the sort of dynamic you have now, and we are starting to see the same sorts of crazies that you see in America, where people post videos about how they're tired of being single, they're worried about the fact that they won't have kids, they won't be able to have kids. I have relatives who've had like children way late in their lives. You know, one of them had her first child. How old is she now? I think she had her first child at the age of 41.
Yeah, there's been an increase.
So,
I think the children born to mothers over 40 is now higher than teen pregnancies at the moment.
Yeah.
That's
And like I remember trying to have this conversation with someone. I was like, and they're like going on about teen pregnancy, and I was like, do you realize that we're actually at the point where, if anything, that's actually the better problem?
Right.
You know, I was like, if anything, we shouldn't be admonishing them as much as we do, because we are actually tilting so far in the opposite direction that that's actually the problems we're starting to have now. We should actually be encouraging people to have kids earlier and to pay up as soon as possible. But obviously, with all these dynamics, like you go out of university, a huge chunk of you guys are unemployed, and for years, how do you form a family? So you don't have a kid because you're focused on studies. You get out studies. You want to start your life now. You can't start your life because you don't have a job. You can't form a family. You can't have a kid. And mind you, these are the people we want to be having kids because they're responsible, they're educated, they're intelligent. They're the sorts of people you'd want to have kids, but they can't. You know, and in America, obviously, you have the added issue of just the high cost of living. You know, we don't have a high cost of living on the side. We just don't have the employment and the money to actually pay for the moderate cost of living that we have. So it's effectively an extremely high cost of living. Yeah. So.
But even say we sort out your country and it starts booming, right?
Yeah.
And all these guys have jobs. What's the market like though? Like, are these guys just waiting for the job because they found their mate and they're like, "Ooh, I can't wait to start a family with this one"?
Yeah, I do believe that you'll see an uptick. You definitely see an uptick in the birth rate.
Yeah,
definitely. But I wonder if there is a portion of that mismatch where men are looking at the average woman today and saying, "You're not what my mother and grandmother were."
Yeah, that's going on here. I mean, economy's booming. There's tons of jobs. There's more jobs than there are people willing to work them in my country.
Yeah.
And that seems to be a running thing.
Yeah. And you know, like if you're really being practical, you know, about things, kids are costly, but they're not like so costly that they can be used as an excuse for not having kids at all. You know, because it's like if you're working, you should be able to have a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, I think there is a huge element of a pairing problem in particularly in South Africa. We have a mismatch of values. The women are liberal, the men are conservative, and it's not like we are just a bit apart from each other. Like there's a gap, so much so that you can't really.
Of social degradation. The story I hear the most is that my boyfriend won't marry me until I give him a child, and then she gives him a child, and then he buggers off.
You talking? What are we talking? Talking just generally or in South Africa?
I'm talking in South Africa in particular.
Okay. The problem with South African women is that a lot of them are trying to date or marry their way out of poverty. And what that does is that it warps their choices. They go for the sorts of men who would do that. And now you have a huge issue of women complaining about fathers who don't provide, when it's like the vast majority of these men don't have kids. You're blaming people who aren't even in the game for consequences of the issues caused by men like who are just not in the same bracket, not on the same planet as them. You know, if the average black man in South Africa, young black man in South Africa is unemployed, stuck in the township, unable to provide all these sorts of things. But we know very well that a lot of these women are getting impregnated by, the politically connected, the few successful businessmen. It's like these are totally different brackets,
That just seems weird to me. He won't marry me until I give him a baby. Like, I would say that woman's lying.
No, but
that seems backwards.
That's the script that gets played out.
Just to illustrate, just to point out, I don't think I'm just going to talk about values now, right? Obviously, people can state one thing and then do another, but from a values point of view, most men have the ideal is to have kids in wedlock. So that this is from your Christian point of view, from the African traditional point of view, that is the ideal. And traditionally speaking, you penalize for like we actually have like customs where people are penalized for having kids out of wedlock, right? And yet it still happens.
It's incentivized in my country, single motherhood.
Yes. Here's
Big
another problem. This is what I'm trying to say. That's a huge thing. Like you'll have girls come to you and say, I promise I won't bother you. I just want a kid so I can get money from the government. Please, I won't bother you, I promise.
See,
you can forget about the kid.
They don't even warn the dudes here. They just fucking dress like whores and get knocked up, and they don't even warn y'all here. Yeah,
so to have, I think a lot of the women who are saying that like are coping. I think a lot of them have made
terrible
bad decisions that are trying to,
and they're blaming it on the man.
And they're trying to
typical feminist.
Unfortunately, and would be one thing to blame it on the men who impregnated them, but it seems like that brush is being like sort of like used on all men. There's a very clear. South Africa is a very unequal country. It's one of the most unequal in the world, if not the most unequal in the world, and that means like we have the what you call Pareto distribution on steroids. So you have one person who can like mess things up for like 10 or 20. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Think of like I think of guys like there's a guy called Nick Cannon in the States.
Sorry for jumping in here. I just want to maybe slightly redirect things. I'm going to go back to my big argument that I do think basically that it's so dangerous in our country that we have white guilt built into the law, and that it provides ill-gotten gains to people who are so desperate that they will take those ill-gotten gains and feel entitled to them, and feel like anyone who countermands that is, sort of trying to mess things up for them, and that hates them, and that they're just being defensive or something like that. Like, I think that whole narrative is such a loser. That whole setup is such a loser setup. It has to be attacked. It has to be confronted. It has to be like the truth of that has to be distilled politically for us to have a solution in this country. Otherwise, there'll never be a solution in this country, because we'll never focus on the real challenges. will just focus on the secondary made up shit.
Yep.
That is just how quickly do we zero sum divide up the failing economy, you know, like
how do you move past the point that just the statistic
I think my point that these people are hateful or that they are spiteful or that they're anti-white or that they, I think that point has to be made to the black electorate. It doesn't matter how they feel about it individually or personally, but politically they need to understand that they are part of a hateful ideology, that they are black Nazis. Fucking, that's the only way that I can put it. They have a black Nazi ideology, and they should start feeling ashamed about it because of the history of this country and because of the constitution of this country, which has only been betrayed because of democracy, supposedly. So if the courts are going to put everything on the democracy, then we have to start playing democracy at a hyper level. We have to up the democracy. The truth and the stakes in democracy have never been higher, and we have to be honest about it. And we have to say that the black electorate, quite frankly, are a group of malevolent, evil people who are self-sabotaging and racially scapegoating that sabotage onto white people.
Do you think...
And they just abuse themselves and blame white people for the abuse and say, "Oh, we're so afraid of white people, we can't help but do it."
Yeah.
See, okay, well, what about? Hold on, Emmanuel, 1 second. What about on a? Because I deal with the same white guilt bullshit in my environment. They should feel ashamed. Like when my mistress said that she can't hold people accountable at work for breaking the law because it wouldn't be politically correct. That shit is coming down from up top. Like, this company is corrupt every fucking where. And I've seen it in her face when she interacts with other people and the changes in her behavior. She is fucking white guilt ridden to the core. And so she was correct when she said, there's nothing I can do about it. Because technically she's being pressured from up top. Like, and then I started thinking about, like, well, the external pressure factor. Like, if there's nothing this thing can do about it, this entity, because it's corrupt to its core in every fucking sector of it, like, where can the external pressure come from? And then I was thinking, well, I mean, I know a lot of cops in my town. Like, I wonder if that kind of external pressure would work, or the entity that I'm entering in currently. Back to the unions having fucking a lot of power. I'm learning a lot about the power that they do hold within this company. So what do you guys think the best way to apply the pressure and hold these people accountable would be? Like, one-on-one shaming of the white guilt? Because that might not go well.
No. What's your voice compared to, like, the shame of being called racist by the entire country? If, let's say, if, God forbid, if that scandal becomes like national news.
Oh, right.
Like I'm just thinking from the perspective of the person who's like guilt-ridden. That, like,
yes.
Here comes Mandy saying, look, you need to deal with your white guilt, right?
Yeah, you need to deal with your white guilt.
She looks back over her shoulder and she's like, and she looks over her shoulder and thinks, I've got to deal with that. And you just, it's just one of you saying this. No way.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't think speaking will like make her have this epiphany and suddenly like this grand motivation to actually uphold, you know.
Well, she's being told by her higher up she can't.
Yeah. The problem with this stuff is that it's like an entire ethos that has like taken hold of the West.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And yeah, it's just like, sometimes I wonder what would have happened if say all of the people from the liberation parties in Africa had instead been trained by by people from the States and London, as opposed to Cuba and Russia and like Germany.
Well, Singapore is probably the best country to be taught by.
Or Singapore, you know. We're like, imagine coming out of colonialism, going into apartheid, coming out of apartheid, going into essentially what is some blend of socialism and communism.
Yeah.
It's like, you know,
I don't know. I don't. That's to me sounds. I just heard you saying that, and that sounded a lot like what Stefan was saying on his podcast. But I don't really. I mean, their rhetoric is socialism and communism, but I mean, really, we have had the same mixed system since apartheid. I mean, it's SOEs,
Yeah.
and it's the same. I mean, you can call it. And our constitution is always going to force us to have socialistic aspects to our system. But
Yeah.
which I think it's
Yeah.
fine because you need access, because that's your guarantee against monopoly. Like if the private
Yeah.
System monopolizes a resource or access to something that's important to human beings, then it's in the Constitution that you have a right to access, and then you can sue for relief. You can get the government to step in and do something.
Syke, could I sort of like pick your brain for a couple of minutes?
Sure.
How familiar are you with the situation in the UK? Like I'm talking from economic history and policy and stuff like that. Because from all I'm hearing of
I don't think, not in the minutiae, but I know a lot
Yeah.
about the trends
Like-
that have been.
okay, I was listening to Stefan talk about essentially you sort of like regurgitating
I
sort of
saw your
stuff that you
comments,
hear
but you
from
didn't comment on.
from-
You're talking about Thatcher.
yeah, I was saying, he was like talking about like you should privatize all that stuff. And look, I'm on the right, but I'm not like one of these ideologues. I'm always open to hearing people who are on the opposite side, and I try to be open to the fact that I might be wrong or I might not be seeing the entire picture, right? So just think about the whole case of Thatcher and how she privatized, railway, telecom companies, all sorts of things. So, and for the most part, the cost of living for the average Brit has shot up, and the economy hasn't grown. They've had a lot more immigrants. Like, I'm just thinking of South Africa's situation. We've also effectively got the same sort of results, maybe not having gone down the same path, but like, how do you solve this? Because you have like beyond economic theory now, right? We know what it's supposed to be, right? But we also know, if you're aware of like things of like elite theory and stuff like that, like I'm sure you'd know, having done you did PPE, right, Si?
No, I didn't.
You did philosophy, just straight philosophy.
Yeah, just philosophy.
Okay, so even with that said, have you studied elite theory? Was that part of the politics side of things?
Are you saying elite theory?
Elite theory.
No, I haven't heard of that.
Like the whole notion of it being that like essentially that there are people who run things. Like there's certain people who wield enough power to be, I'll speak economically, to be price setters, to be market makers, to essentially say, if we are not playing, then there's no game. Like they wield that much power. So when you have those sorts of people, and you have a liberal, when I say liberal, I mean free market.
Yeah.
You essentially giving them all of the space to rig things in their favor. And it's like it's very difficult to strike a balance between having enough regulation to stop that, and while not going so far that you now starting to destroy the very thing you're trying to protect. And I just don't know how you strike that balance, because you have your Thatchers who did what was textbook knowledge. That's what was supposed to work, and yet in reality we stuck with a situation where things are divided, costs are way higher, it's much more difficult to coordinate things, all sorts of situations. I've similarly advocated for sort of like Thatcher like blend. Actually, I think I've had this discussion with you, Syed, about how I think ESCOM should be run much like the telecom side of things, where you have one state provider and then you have a whole lot of private providers, and the state provider is essentially an anchor for the market, saying, okay, you can set your prices, but we're going to stick to this price, and if people can't afford yours, they can come to ours. If people think our overall package is better than yours, they can come to ours. If they think yours is better in terms of reliability, access, etc., quality, then they can pay the premium. It's fine. But we want to act as a sort of like anchor, right?
Yeah.
So I think that sort of model could work. But like, I have no, maybe this is because I don't really, maybe because of the media as well. We have no real grasp on who are the real power players in South Africa, and what are their goals? What is South Africa being kept in this situation by
Well, no, I mean, with
like,
the anti-non-racialism at the moment, there's no way that we're going to have the invisible hand of the market working in our favor. It's not going to happen in this country, because we don't have a homogenous population, and we have an anti-non-racialist government. So there's no way that we're going to have.
Where are elites then? It's like if I assume that all of the elites are aware of this, and why is there no?
I mean, we have some left, but
so who's running the country? Because it's surely not the ANC. They're not capable.
Well, I don't know. Why do you think the country is being run? I mean, it's not. It's falling apart.
Yeah. I guess I'm kind of looking for someone to blame.
I don't think it's unnecessarily the answer to everything. I mean, I look. I mean, I'm a Marxist at the end of the day, and I still believe the Marxist hypothesis. And I do think that Elon Musk's Optimus Prime robot is probably going to be the end of capitalism. Anyway.
Yeah.
So, and I do think ESCOM. It makes much more sense that ESCOM is just a monopoly. It should stay. I mean, the problem, ESCOM doesn't work not because the model is wrong. It doesn't work because we don't have an accountable government.
Have you ever listened to the minister? Have you ever listened to the minister speak on this issue? The minister of electricity. I listened to a podcast of his a few days ago, where he I think it was like an hour or two, like talking at length about the stuff, right? About energy, and like just listening to him, maybe I'm being hoodwinked, but he sounds competent, right? Capable.
No, it doesn't matter if he's competent or incompetent. The structure itself will sabotage him because there's the mafia.
He's calling for like I guess along with the ANC, I guess it's ANC policy. They're calling for the unbundling of ESCOM, the incorporation of privatizing it. Yeah, and he was talking about how he was explaining how, much like Stefan and I, talking about how it making the example of Telkom and how that's thrived.
By the way, it's a very bad example to give the example of Telkom when you're talking about ESCOM, because like Telkom has servers and it has like all these satellite things that you can do where you can link up spots, on the ground with some satellite connections. Like you can do things in telecommunications that you can't do in, you need transmission lines in electricity.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
That's the biggest.
Like you need
hurdle.
physical. Yeah.
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 So I mean,
there's like a physical
comparing
barrier.
it to a telecom company, I think is a bit stupid. But I mean,
I think he's speaking like broadly, right? Not like at the nuance level. He's just speaking about the actual structure of the entire market as a whole. The fact that as opposed to Eskom, where it's just one company, and he mentioned he made mention of the fact that they have to get control of the prices, and how we now are in a situation where Eskom itself is the reason that is like a large contributor to why the economy is not growing. If you don't have electricity prices that are competitive, who's going to invest here, right? Come again about coal?
It's because they're burning too much diesel. That's why That's why our electricity is so expensive. Is because we're burning diesel to make electricity. Because they won't build new coal power stations and maintain the old coal, although they have a little bit started revamping some of the coal.
I happen to live in the area where all of the stuff is happening, and I've spoken to quite a few Eskom and related companies, like people who work for them, and the overall sentiment you get, especially from like guys who actually deal with the power stuff, is that the solution to this problem is just to, as you say, burn more coal, build more power stations, burn more coal. It's sort of like Trump's drill, baby, drill, and it seems there's like some agenda coming from above to make everything green.
Yeah.
And
that's the problem. That's the sickness that we're suffering from.
Yeah. And from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of this has come from the EU, Germany, and that Brussels.
No, but you can't blame foreign countries. It is
no,
true, but you have to blame the buck.
You have to blame the ANC, but I'm just saying who is incentivizing it. At the end of the day, it's the ANC's like decision, and it's like the buck stops them. So, but I'm just trying to give the full picture that it's a lot of these Europeans are essentially bribing the ANC to go green.
The Europeans gave money. Germany gave money to the ANC basically to not build coal. And
exactly. And instead, that coal is being shipped. I literally see the trucks going to Durban and shipped to Germany, to Europe.
The whole thing is backwards. It's always
been
backwards.
It's backwards. We have all of the capacity. Like I remember listening to one of the guys who was like a high-ranking engineer at Eskom, and he was saying at the time that there's no reason that I think he was saying there's no reason that the price of electricity in South Africa shouldn't be at, I think he was saying R1 something, R1.30, R1.40 per kilowatt hour, and he's saying that the rest of it is just like a premium we're paying for all of this other nonsense that has come about, the bad policies and all that stuff. Like, but he's saying from a cost point of view, and if everything was being run properly, the employment side of it was sorted out. It's just a whole lot. It's like a confluence of terrible incentives that have come together to destroy our power utility and company.
I still think you're giving too much credit to the government. The government needs to take sole responsibility for management and planning, and for visionary investments and things like that. Like, if you don't provision for the future, you're bound to fail. I mean, the ANC wasn't even maintaining power stations.
Yeah.
Like, they literally cut the maintenance budget.
Yeah. Same with like every municipality. It's because we have a government that emphasizes. I suppose this is a perverse incentive. If you have a highly unemployed country, and you can sort of like bribe your way by over employing people, and I'll be quite frank. It's like for a lot of these jobs, if you're not like an ANC guy, you get shunned, you get pushed to the side. You know. So you do have this sort of like that whole thing where the ANC sort of hires its people through these SOEs, and obviously to the point where it's like they're collapsing. So yes, they are to blame, but I want to have the full picture of everything. Like, how do you defeat the mafia then? You know, like you hear these companies selling coal at exorbitant prices, or some of them even like mixing in rocks with them. You know, like there was a whole carte blanche thing of a guy in Middleburg who they actually caught him with one of the trucks, and he had like essentially had rocks with mixed in with the coal, painted, and essentially skimming from the actual product he was supposed to provide, and all sorts of nonsense like that that's happening.
Really bad problems. I mean, these aren't serious problems. I mean, they are serious problems for us because we have a government that's non-responsive and has no political will to do anything about these problems. That's the problem. Is all of the electorate.
Syke is president of South Africa for the next 5 years. What would you do?
I mean, you say that as a joke, but I mean, I would love to go to the military and say we need a Pinochet, we need a coup. There's no way out of this other than a constitutional coup, and then I can say that the judges have destroyed the country, and by betraying the constitution, I'm going to stand in. I'm going to call myself the first judicial prefect or something like that of the state of the country. So that'll be my title. I'll be like Colonel Pinochet, but I'll be the first judicial prefect. And then what I will do is I will change the law so that everything is like it used to be, like in terms of the meritocracy and all the correct things are in place. And then I would remove some of the laws that have to do with unions and things like that to make it easier to bring unions under the heel. And then I'd fix education as well as some of the practical stuff. But I mean, that's really the first thing to fix is education. If we don't have a higher standard of education, we don't have a future. And that's our primary problem. But no one seems to care that much.
Well, I'm going to pivot like extremely. What do you make of self-determination? I was reading. I remember a few weeks ago, I was reading through the manifesto of the FF Plus, and I was like, okay, I agree, and I was like, self-determination
basically means Cape exit, by the way.
Essentially. So there's no other framework like federalization or something like that in which they could stay in the union.
Yeah, you could have some kind of federalization, but it's not going to help the most because the national policy is the real poisonous stuff. So federalism doesn't really help you unless there's also reform.
So it's like max solution, just go as far as you can, which would be to essentially break away from South Africa. Which is like, for me, that's like
look, I mean,
yeah,
I'm not
I can't back that.
To self-determination. I'm not looking forward to an independent Western Cape because I have a feeling it's going to be just as bad because the colored population will just become like the black population with Gayton McKenzie, and he'll push for race politics. It'll be the same racial scapegoating.
Do you think Gayton would move to the Cape to essentially have like
that's his power base
to keep with his base? Yeah,
power base.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Okay.
Just real quick, Syke, would you Pinochet the women that are responsible for the things?
Well, the women are in the unions. I mean, all the unions are primarily, I would say, sort of female driven
Would you
essence.
Pinochet the women who were responsible for the corruption?
Well, I don't. There's not much I can do because the Constitution is very big
No,
on
no,
not
no. In true Pinochet fashion, would the women be flying out of the fucking helicopters under your rule?
I'm afraid only the
I think it
judge.
only means.
I just want to. I just want to.
You see this shit? This is why shit fucking get fixed, because men cannot hold women accountable. When they're the most malevolent, malicious fuckers destroying our society currently.
I suppose for most people, Jim, I suppose most people don't want to go that far. Like, I suppose what he means by
Men don't want
Pinochet is,
far. Yeah.
yeah. I think by
There's no
Pinochet,
problem
he probably
Pinochet
means like just
men.
being like. It's like maybe you can, if I'm right, you can. If I'm wrong, you can sort of correct me. But I think what he means is just to have like that like central leadership role that's like not a president, not deciding or leading by a consensus. It's more of a thing of like, no, we are all going this way. I've seen that the system has failed. We need to have someone who's in control and who's going to actually like drive us in a particular direction. And yeah, I think South Africa is definitely in need of that. But the I don't know how that, even with the whole Cape exit stuff, like I see what you're saying, it's like about the whole thing of it will just be like a permutation of you know, a different permutation of South Africa's fundamental, you know, dilemma. And yeah.
I mean, like I say, for me, the only way really forward is if the black electorate catches a wake-up call and starts feeling guilty for what they've done to this country and actually takes responsibility for their power, their political power, which right now they have all the political power, but somehow they're still the victim. They're still subject to irrational fears.
Yeah. Yeah, you're making sense. The idea side behind that is that obviously there was a time where they were the majority and were oppressed. And from their point of view, that can easily come back. And at best, what the likes of the EFF, the FF and the FF Plus and DA and other right of ANC parties are saying is that no, we'll not bring that back. And it's like that requires trust, as I was saying before. Trust that clearly black people do not want to extend. That being said, though, Syke, have you been keeping up with the? I understand they're not the best representation, but have you been keeping up with by-elections and all those sorts of things across the country?
I haven't seen the latest results, but I did see that the ANC didn't do well, but I didn't see who else.
Yeah, the ANC is getting hammered. Depending on where you're going, depending on where you're looking, parts of the Eastern Cape are swinging towards the PA. Parts of these townships, informal settlements and all that are swinging. MK, EFF, depends on where you're looking. MK, EFF, Action SA as well in some regions, and yeah.
Well, it just makes me depressed.
However, in basically all of these elections, the DA is picking up points, right? Yes. So what's interesting is that it seems that like there was one that made headlines. A couple people talking about, I think, a day or two ago, an election that happened in, I think it's in Cape Town, a by-election or in the Western Cape, and apparently like the EFF saw a massive rise, right? But if I'm not incorrect, so did I think the DA increased from like 8% to 16%. That's doubling, right? So, like I was saying, I remember saying this to you one of the times we spoke. I said the best thing the DA can do is to just not make too much noise, like to avoid scandals. And as I was seeing it, I think they're bound to pick up black votes, right? And if anything, the one thing they should be careful of is not losing white votes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you see it that way?
Well, I mean, I'm not really afraid about them losing white votes, because although it might affect them electorally, if those white votes go to the VF plus, it doesn't make a difference, because you're going to have to be a coalition government anyway. So, I mean, I don't really care about anything other than the national elections. I don't care about the local election.
Let's
obviously
stick to
in Johannesburg. It's
massive.
Very important. Yeah,
it's
because
massive.
That
Suppose
will open the door to the DA in the future.
Exactly. Suppose after the elections you have the DA able to make coalitions or be an outright majority with in Tshwane, in Johannesburg, in Ekurhuleni, in you name it, right? And so they pick up a lot of these metros. What then? How does it look for you? What's the strategy?
Well, you see, this is what I'm afraid of, is that trying to inflate your electoral success without crossing the line of actually hitting 51% yourself, or being with other parties that reach 51%, it ends up meaning that, because the political situation itself, as far as I can see, is just getting more and more rancid, and it's getting more and more toxic. And the less that you actually properly engage in politics and tell people the truth and actually, kind of get the argument across, like if you're not making those kinds of inroads, all your work is still ahead of you in the future. So you're just going to have a hollow victory in the meantime, even if you do gain success.
We have such a weird situation here, GM. I am more optimistic as a black man of prospects for white people in South Africa than Syke, a white man, and it's just
yeah. Well, he lives in constant fear of being fucking genocided. Okay, that does something to your to your hope for the future.
Yeah, I actually think we are set for some serious surprises in the next election. I even think 2029. I actually think the ANC is dead. I think it's buried. I think it's difficult for us to see it, but
what does it matter if it just shifts to the MK and the EFF? And actually,
but it won't be like. I don't think it's going to be that. It's like I think the DA is going to eat into a lot of that vote. I think you'd be shocked. It's like you'd be shocked, and what I'm hearing from just speaking to random people, right? The source, what I'm gauging, what I'm sensing is that people have committed themselves to not voting for the ANC, right? And I get a strong sense of people who are willing to vote to the right of the ANC. That's the sense I get. And the polling is reflecting what I'm seeing.
To the right of the ANC, but I mean, how do you explain MK? And Is it also going to deflate?
No, I think the MK is going to grow. I think the DA is going to grow too. This is what I'm saying. And for the DA to grow, that by definition means, because white voters are more likely to vote, and they already do vote. So basically, your only growth area really is the black vote. Like, that's the major growth area for the DA, and I see them growing significantly. Where was DA at in the last election? It got hammered, right? This is after
like 21.
my money.
22%.
21, yeah. And their highest, what was their highest before that? Because they actually peaked, I think, at 2040, somewhere there.
Yeah, I think they had 23% back then, or something like that.
Like a higher number. But I think they're actually going to. I think they're going to grow. That's what I'm seeing. I'm just speaking to people. I get the sense that people are much more willing to come out as. Another aspect of this whole thing, just psychologically speaking, right, GM, is that back in the day, this is during above date. I don't know if you've had. I'm pretty sure Psych has told you about this stuff. Yes, we have. We have spoken about this stuff.
Yeah.
If you were not like fully aligned with the liberation movement, let alone be like an actual a spy or someone who's betrayed the movement or whatever, there was like a strong chance of you getting necklace, which is the whole thing of them putting a tie around your neck, pouring petrol into it, and then sitting at the light and watching you burn.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
there was actual fear of
of not voting for, of not going along with what the ANC, of actual violence. Yeah. And just psychologically speaking, I'm seeing people coming out and saying, no, we are going to vote for the FF plus. We're going to vote for the DA. We are going to vote for whatever other party that is to the right of whatever the ANC is doing. And I'm seeing, especially in the metros, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the rurals swing heavier towards MK and the EFF. But the ANC from both directions is getting destroyed. Yeah, so they like, there's this whole sentiment that they'll just be a rural party. I think even in the rurals they're getting hammered. I'll speak for my province. How much did the ANC get in Mpumalanga? Let me see. 1 second. Where is this? Let me just check here quickly. Election results. They dropped like significantly. 2024.
I sent Gray, speaking of Gray from Germany, I sent him, I saw this this post about a political party where he's at growing in numbers and how Germany's getting red pilled.
Is that the AFD?
AFD,
Is it AFD or FB? Yeah.
AFD, yeah. And he, in Gray fashion, gave me a presentation about the fear mongering and the bullying and all the things that happen if people come out saying they're in support of the AFD. Like, And I can see how that directly happens in my environment. I mean, what I'm doing myself, I've had so many of my peers come up to me and be like, oh, just be careful. You're going to rock the boat. You're going to be careful making waves because XYZ is going to happen to you. That's why a lot of people don't do the things, because the fear mongering from their peers. Like, I could see coming out in support of the AFD in Germany as a business owner. I could see how the fucking cult would blackball me out of business. It's the same within jobs. I'm sure it's the same within your country in political affiliation. Like,
Yeah.
A lot of this shit, a lot of this fear mongering, I think is just that though. Because I'm testing the waters. I'm not looking to make waves. I'm fucking tsunamiing this place. That's what I plan on doing. And I know eventually people will do what I do. So that's where I'm hoping that's where the
Yeah,
change.
I don't get why. For whatever reason, it's not showing the stuff in a way that I like.
But there's more open support, even though in the past people fucking died openly supporting
Yeah.
what you're
So
saying.
yeah, like differing. So for example, the AFF, the ANC, sorry, had their support in 2019, if I've got this correct, was that's right, 57.5. That's how much they had in support in my province, which is supposed to be like one of their strongholds, right? This is 2019. 2024. Why is this not looking right? 2024, they dropped down to 51 point something. Let me see here. Okay, 2014. No, 2014 they had 62.15. Yeah, so it's been dropping 62 to 57.5 to 51, right? Granted, a huge part of that is due to the fact that the vote shifted essentially to a person who used to be part of the ANC, our former president, Jacob Zuma, the MK, right? However, that alone, to me, signifies a willingness to vote for someone else,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And
Maybe steps in the right direction.
and if there's a person who's if people have learned that it's possible to vote for a party that's not the ANC and get away with it, then what's to say that people won't then learn how to vote for parties that are not like black nationalists?
Yeah.
And that's the sentiment. That's the sort of sense I'm getting from just speaking to people on the daily. And
well, I mean, this is also the future that I'm afraid of, because in the MK future, at some point, I mean, let's say Jacob Zuma dies, and then the party needs to be recalibrated slightly. I think it's going to exist in some form. And the longer it takes for the political discourse to actually get real about calling out the anti-non-racialist policy and the anti-non-racialist white guilt law that that's written, and if that becomes more of a talking point, that will continue to be more of a talking point, because that's the only way that the corrupt have access to funds, essentially. So it's like, I know, delaying that fight and deferring that fight into the future, I just think it doesn't. I mean, maybe it can still be that attack can still happen in the future. Maybe it's better if it only happens in the future and not now. But I think that we might be wasting time not telling the truth to people over a long enough period that it actually sinks in.
I don't know. Maybe this is blind optimism. I actually feel things are going to improve. Just to give you the numbers, 1999 it had support in my province of 85.29%. From there, 2004 was 86.34%. 2009, 85.81%. 2014, 78.8%. 2019, 72.23%. Right?
Yeah.
And then 2024, 51.89.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's time for people to wake up.
So it's slipping. I understand that Cyprus is like, okay, it's just shifted over to like ANC, 2.0. But
right, they followed that dude.
Right, but But I'm saying that the fact that the only thing that's unfortunate about the DA is that they had like their own internal issues, and I think that played into their poor performance over this period of time. Because if anything, by all rights, they should have been growing throughout this entire period.
Right.
But yeah,
And they've just been
but they had like they had some issues. Even now, I don't know why they're prone to this. They have now they had like the whole like I guess scandal you could call it with the whole foot and mouth debacle.
Well,
That's
the truth is that they are really hostages. Is the first point to make. The second point to make is that their problems are somewhat ideological, because they have obviously a different vision of how politics should be run from the national sphere, and they're in the national government, and that is schismatic, like fundamentally, because there's no way that they're going to agree with how the direction of the ANC, and there's for example, there's no way that they weren't going to have state procurement of the vaccines, because that's a looting opportunity. Everything is everything that's a transaction with the state is an opportunity to make money with some deal, and so there's no way that they were going to have a private solution, for the private enterprise to solve it themselves. They were always going to do it through the state, and it's like a precondition for being in the ANC government.
It's crazy, GM, because like how you guys had the whole Minnesota issue.
The crazy bitch getting herself shot in the face.
And the Somalis and all that. Like our Somalis are actually in the government.
So is Ilhan Omar. She's in the government.
Everything that the government does is like fundamentally about extracting.
Yes.
And I don't mean just like purely tax. I mean taxing to enrich themselves, like directly.
Because it turned into a matriarchal government, and it grew ever since it no longer decided to protect the people.
So I just want to add one point. Talking about the DA and government, I mean, I'm thankful that they are in national government, because if they weren't, the alternative would be utter collapse. It would be immediate collapse. So they are being held hostage. And I don't think anyone is fair about that point. But it's not as if we ever had a fair media in this country that wasn't incredibly biased.
Yeah.
I can't lie, Syke. Most of the criticism is actually coming from the DA's own supporters, white supporters.
Yeah, I
especially
know.
the Afrikaners who are the most, who have the most to say. I'm not seeing. If anything, most black people are not talking about it because it's like the DA is not really bothersome, So
no, but Emmanuel, my point is that if we had a fair media, they would be given cover for their positions.
Yeah,
they would be given sympathy, because it would be like, well, if they didn't do that, they would be kicked out the government, and then the next day we would have an EFF or MK ANC government.
Yeah.
Or a minority government.
But at least I'm just happy to see. I'm just happy to see that supporters dropped from 72% a few years ago, 2019 to 52%. That's a huge drop. And when you consider the fact that
one decent black party, I mean, like, or what?
Let me see the DA. The DA actually dropped in my province by 1%. From 2014 to 2019, and then from 2019 they increased from 9% to 11.84, essentially 12%. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like that. The DA is picking up votes. Like I know this is
significant enough, because I mean, like talking about the gains of one political party. I mean, one political party is never going to be enough. If you are a black nationalist, how many choices do you have to make a majority coalition? You have every
like infinite.
Yeah. The only reason
Yeah.
why it doesn't happen is because they would get in the way of each other stealing from the trough.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's the only thing holding back
No honor among thieves.
nationalism is extraction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but I do like. I get where you come from, but I am way more optimistic than you. Like I
But where are these votes going to go? Because the DA is not going to get to 51% by itself.
no, it won't. No, not now. Not
Are you
now.
guys going around and collecting and getting people signed up? Like, there's this male feminist that I talked to randomly about, because he's super left leaning. He even went to a No Kings protest yesterday. But they were out canvassing in the community and getting people signed up to vote. Like, these people are productive when it comes to building the numbers. Like what one person can do, and I mean, he signed up like 20 people to fucking vote. I mean, they're probably mostly women, but this is how they're doing it. Who over there is doing that shit for your parties?
Sadly, if you get into politics like that, you can get killed in this country.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, the fear is
that's
still
actually the
there. Emmanuel, do you think you would get killed in your country by doing it? Since you're a black man?
No, actually, like I was saying, I think sentiment's shifted. I think there's a sense that everyone's upset with the party that had a hold over the country because they were the party seen as the liberators of the country, right?
Yeah.
And once those guys go, like it's essentially like a power vacuum.
Yeah.
There's no longer like some sort of ethical, emotional sort of attachment to you have to vote for the ANC or else you are betraying us as a whole. Now it's everyone's fair game, you know. So,
but that's also
you
said something earlier, Emmanuel. You said that if you argue with the ANC that your position is vilified or that your position is seen as evil, not just wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Now,
correct.
Their molestation of fucking
where does
religion.
that come from? I mean, is that chauvinism? I mean, like, because that seems like a kind of group narcissism or something like that.
Yeah.
There's there are parallels with what's happening in the States. There's the sense that if you are black, you should vote this way, right? Mm-hmm. And if you don't, you are the traitor. You know, you're the one who's undermining the goal, what we're hoping to achieve as black people, right? But now that people have seen that the people who stood up and said, we are going to take us in this particular direction, we're going to build a future for you guys, those people have failed. Those people have been the traitors. Now it's no longer about the person next to you. It's about the people up top and getting rid of them. So in a sense, like the abject failure of the ANC has made it apparent that then the position of vote for this or else you're a traitor is untenable. So there's like a weird open-mindedness, you know.
Is there a need for people to replace them? Like who's replacing these people that need to go?
That's just what
for some people. For some people, it's the next cult of personality. So the next guy who can just sort of like whip them up into a frenzy about whatever issue, right? But there's a huge proportion of a significant proportion of at least from what I'm seeing, of black people who are pragmatic and are saying, We can't afford to waste another 30 years. We've seen the abject failure of these policies, and the only thing that is left is trust now, from my perspective. And I think even from what's his name's perspective as well. I'm forgetting his name now, it's slipping my mind. But yeah, even the polls are reflecting this. So they acknowledge that. I think they were saying that 80%. Well, do you remember the numbers, Syke? I think they said 80% of Black South Africans acknowledge that the DA is like delivers in terms of their duties as officers of the government. And
what, less
yet
than 20%
only
will vote?
yet only like I can't remember what the percentage was. I think it was like 30% or something like that, or 20% or something like that. Would actually say like I intend to vote for the DA. So that huge gap between acknowledging the reality and going out and voting in along that
You see, it's
picture
this
that you're
kind of
seeing
stuff
is
that
that's
makes
the gap.
me. Yeah, but that gap, in my view, the way that gap gets filled is with ridicule. Is that people need to be shamed for that? Like that's disgusting. That statistical disparity shows that people are so backward and so morally unsound or so unsophisticated. I mean, you see, like you really.
All these are fair.
You tell me that gap is caused by irrational fear of apartheid coming back. Do you really think that? Because I don't know if I believe
I think that's the vast majority of it, and I think that's the vast majority of it. I think there's an element of that group that says I won't vote for white people because white people will bring apartheid back, right?
No, but
there's obviously a certain portion that says
now, because what does bring back apartheid mean? Bring back apartheid just means not having racial preferential treatment, because then it is bringing back apartheid. If we cut the BEE.
No. I think they really do believe that if they vote for, let's say, the DA or whatever, there's a good chance that they'll find themselves being, forced to be, live wherever, segregation, all that stuff, oppressive laws. You've got to understand that from they don't have. All the power, the only power that Black people have in this country is that of the vote. Granted, it's hugely significant, right? But once you've voted, you have no power, like none whatsoever. The only people who have power now are the government, that being the ANC, and the people who run the economy. The average Black person has no power after that. So they can't even hide behind the fact that, okay, we've accumulated enough wealth to sort of isolate ourselves from even the prospect of an apartheid coming back. So, yeah, I do think it's fear, Syke. I do think it's fear. I think they're too proud. A lot of them are too proud to actually admit it, right? They'll say it, but they won't frame it as fear. They'll frame it as we need to do something like a sort of like a matter of justice, that we make sure that apartheid never comes back.
Yeah.
But if you dig deeper, you'll find that it's actually fear.
Because they've been fear-mongered.
Yeah, it's actually fear.
Yeah.
I don't think the average Black person hates the average white person. Most of the time, they don't even think about the average white person. They're just too busy trying to get the next meal. If they do, I don't think it's a matter of hatred. I really don't. Black people capable of realizing that, okay, this person that I've interacted with, this particular person is awful. That doesn't mean all of them are, right? I don't think they lack sophistication to that extent,
I must say, I do think that there's a kind of what they're willing to tolerate in their name. I think that whole aspect is very shady.
It's shameful. If you're willing to to tolerate 30 years of not only utter poverty but worsening poverty, and voting for the same people who keep producing these results, then yeah, that's deeply shameful.
Oh, yeah.
And you best believe that there are kids somewhere shaming their parents for having voted for the people who are the reason that they're sitting at home unemployed.
See, and that's where I think I think that grassroots movement that you guys are going to create in your country, I think that's what needs to happen. You two together go out in the public and start canvassing and talking to these young kids. And psych, you tell them why it's important for them to shame their parents.
Have you did you get a chance to go through Prince Mashele's whole thing, manifesto sort of thing?
No, I didn't. I did see the video, but I didn't watch it. But I mean, I just figured like what he's going to make another action essay basically, but one with intellectuals and practitioners or whatever, like people who are professional.
What do you make of action essay, Syke? What's this thing that makes you say action essay in such a, pardon that maybe it's an excessive term, derogatory way?
Well, no. Well, I mean, Herman Mashaba is a blatant, outspoken racist. He's a madman. I mean, he's an evil black racist that gets away with his racism just because he's black. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Can I tell you what the driving reason for his support is? I don't know if you know.
No, I don't.
It's immigration. Black people who vote for Action SA are voting for him because he's tough on immigration. If you were to ask them what's his policy on BE, a lot of them wouldn't even know. But the main thing is immigration. And I think that's if I were a strategist for the DA, I'd say I know you liberals, but this you'll have to park your liberalism for practical conservatism in this particular aspect. In this particular topic, you have to swing towards being anti-immigration.
I don't know why liberals are supposedly pro-immigration. I'm not pro-immigration. I mean, our constitution is written in such a way that it actually becomes very inconvenient to have illegal foreigners in our country, because then they get to have constitutional rights. So you really do need to be in control of your borders, very, sort of on the ball in South Africa. We should have a very tight border. Otherwise, we're not going to have a functioning government.
Immigration, Syke, I would wager, is the hottest topic in South Africa. It is the hottest topic in South Africa. I think if people were to just say, look, we are South Africans, we have no problems with our surrounding countries or countries further beyond, but we want there to be order. We want to know who's here, how many are here, why they're here, when are they leaving. That needs to be known. People need to open, like it's gone to the point of being now a grassroots movement, like on streets where people are now going city to city and essentially doing the job of your ICE and other people like that, where they're going city to city asking, who are you, where are your papers? If you're not, we need to find a way to get you arrested and sent back. And yet, for some reason, I saw Helen Zille dismissing Action SA as the people who they're gunning for the xenophobic vote. I was like, what does she think this is? does she realize that a lot of South Africans
it
have this
kind of
sense,
makes
right?
sense to say that in a local government election kind of context, because local government doesn't really deal with foreigners or doesn't really solve that problem.
Okay, I get what you're saying. You're saying that they don't have, it's not their jurisdiction, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right.
But even Helen Zille has spoken out. She said that she would help, the city would help make sure that everyone was here legally and that wouldn't give services to people that didn't, or she said something along those lines. I remember.
She needs to speak a lot more on immigration, a lot more. For some reason, it's like a topic that she doesn't want to touch. She speaks on hijacked buildings. She speaks on drugs. She speaks on all sorts of other crime, but she doesn't speak on the issue of illegal immigration, how that's also a contributing factor to that stuff. And I feel she's missing the mark with that. You know, that's an easy 2-3% of the vote that you could catch, just by tailoring your message to address the issue of illegal immigration, and say that maybe you could frame it as, yeah, it is. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing it as her liberal stripes.
Responsible for encouraging violence against people. You know, like you don't want to be responsible for that kind of populist rhetoric that has negative consequences. It's like a liberal, moral hygiene kind of a version.
What you could say is we are, if you vote for us in the local government, we aren't in charge of immigration. That's just beyond, that's not within our scope, right? However, we can make sure that every government-owned building, if hijacked, is sorted out. Right? I saw they actually were evicting one of the hijacked buildings in Loop Street in Cape Town recently. So, like, she needs to. I don't know who's running the DA's like strategy, but like to just say we're going to deliver is not enough. She needs to leverage. Like we said, they're not, South African voters aren't necessarily like sophisticated, right? So that means you have quite a bit of space to maneuver. Her liberalism is making her miss a lot of opportunities. One of which is immigration. She's been on point when it comes to the point of water. I think that side of things has been 100%. Right, she's getting a lot of coverage. I'm seeing her, and not because I'm plugged in. Like I'm seeing her, even though I'm actively trying to avoid politics. So that's good. And she seems to be. I think I'd be fair in saying that the DA seems to be seen as the alternative option to the ANC, and certainly in Gauteng. So I would go so far as saying with confidence that's like you're probably gonna take all of the key metros in Gauteng.
Oh, it would be nice.
I'm that confident, and all that needs to, perhaps like the worst that can happen is Action SA eating into votes that would have gone to the DA due to the fact that the DA is not touching on the immigration issue, right? But yeah, like if you someone who's without water, right? I'm talking just practical person without water in Johannesburg of all areas, right?
Yeah.
It's not because the infrastructure has not been built. It's because it's not been maintained. It's there, but it's broken. You are sophisticated enough to have probably gotten a job in Johannesburg. So you're not like some rural bum, you know. You're looking for practical matters that will fix the issue as soon as possible. And I don't think the MK offers that. As much as you may like the Jacob Zuma and all that, it doesn't offer that guarantee or that assurance that we will have water by the end of the year, by this time next year. Things will be much better. And that's what the DA has that proven record of delivering. And I don't think the MK, it will obviously make inroads into like where the ANC used to, hold power, but I think the DA will make loads of inroads. I think I wouldn't be surprised if, what's the polling saying? Let's just see it. What's the latest polling for the DA? I'm quite certain that it has to reflect what I'm saying, what I'm seeing.
By the way, just let me interrupt real quick because I have to leave and I have to go to work. I really appreciate this conversation. You guys gave me a lot to think about, and I'm going to keep listening. And psych, I'm going to work on my shaming of the white guilt. I'm putting some stuff into place that hopefully allows me the authority to do so because, like Emmanuel said, like the person that I want to focus on has an entire fucking entity opposing what I believe needs to happen. So
yeah,
it's a big thing. But in 2 weeks, I should have said authority, and I will be going to this next year's conference with a different position than I did last year. So,
all right.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome.
And I want to do that because actually I wanted to get more into some of the conversations that I've been having recently and talk more about. I know you guys want to discuss the politics, but I'm curious about male perspective in some areas. So can we do this next Sunday too? I love this.
Yeah, sure. I think you're available, son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you guys can carry on as long as you want. I'm gonna still listen, and I might ask some questions in the chat too. So thank you.
Okay, guys. I'll have to pull that up then. Yeah. All right.
All right.
Cheers, Amanda. Have a good day at work.
I will. Oh
Yeah.
yes. No, I've gotten some inspiration that's directed my thinking a bit. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Right. Cheers. Psych. I've got strange here. I'm seeing just this AI thing is saying polls indicate the DA could lose its majority in the Western Cape and it's in upcoming elections. Do you get that sense, Psych?
Sorry, the DA could lose its majority in the Western Cape. Is that what you just said?
In the Western Cape, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the PA
actually,
is going to eat up a lot of support. So it's going to be very interesting to see the future of the Western Cape.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the PA is basically playing the same game as the ANC. They're just doing colored nationalism, basically.
Yeah. Do you think, given that they're doing that, they could very well swing towards Cape independence?
No, the PA will never support Cape independence.
Why not? Quite shocking. Because if
the PA was created by the ANC, the PA is a political project. They're just frontmen. You see, when the ANC converted to black nationalism, they realized that the Western Cape is dead to them then, because there aren't enough black people in the Western Cape to get elected on a platform of black nationalism. So they needed to create a political party that was basically the same thing as the ANC, but for colored people, so that they could have a hope at still controlling the Western Cape, because they care about power.
So having like a wing.
Sorry.
Yeah. So it's like so to speak, the colored wing of the ANC.
Yeah.
And it leverages the fact that it's strictly for or like, let's say, it focuses on colors. Therefore, it can pull the colored vote away from the DA, undermining the DA's majority in the Western Cape, and perhaps even its prospects in the Eastern Cape. Isn't that a bit of an own goal though? Because then that'll shift the DA's emphasis towards the heart of the country, which would be Gauteng, and they're certainly, projected to do well there.
Well, the DA has always been focused on the country. I mean, it's always been its long-term strategy.
Let me just see. I'm quite interested to see what the latest polling for elections are. I'm just finding it difficult to actually get something solid, like a proper article. And you do you think it's Jordan, right? Jordan Hill Lewis?
Gordon Hill.
Do you think Gordon?
Jordan.
Okay. I would have thought it's Jordan, but I guess it's Gordon. Gordon Hill Lewis, you suppose I guess he's like favorite to be the leader.
Yeah. I think there's only one person challenging him, or not challenging him. They're both challengers, I guess. I don't know who the other contender is.
Yeah, and just hearing from like right wingers from the Cape, they're not really pleased with him. They especially with the property side of things, and
the DA is in a precarious situation because the DA has never confronted the culture war. The DA has bypassed the culture war entirely by essentially playing it both ways, where they've got net zero green policy, and at the same time they've got Helen Zille talking about Black economic empowerment being bad. So they kind of had two voices broadcasting at the same time, covering both sides of the culture war. So it's like the DA was a big circus tent, like including both sides of the culture war. And so so this was convenient because this meant that the white voter of the DA, or any voter of the DA, didn't have to choose a side of the culture war because the party somehow catered to both, having two voices. But
the
now,
common sense is
the second voice, you haven't heard it in a while. You haven't heard the DA complaining about Black economic empowerment, or in an obtuse way it kind of has. But they have not called they haven't come out and gone after the ANC. Like I can think of so many rhetorical things that the DA could have said about the ANC, but that they've just, they're not that committed to criticizing the ANC right now because they're hostage.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were
so what
something.
we sort of like locked into a situation where they can't really say much until 2028.
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm trying to find this thing. And articles are just locked behind a paywall, even on the Common Sense. So
how expensive is the Common Sense?
I just went out. I think it was 90. It was 100 rand for one thing. Let me just go back. Let me just go back quickly just to see. 100 rand per month for Common Sense Plus, which is full access to insight, analysis, and data. And then Common Sense Member is 349 rand a month. And it says help shape an organization committed to our values. I wonder what that means. Yeah. So they have a few articles. Man, I wish I could like read this. I don't want to pay to read like one article. But I think if I remember correctly, it was that they were neck and neck with the ANC, and if they could pull together, it's just what doesn't help if the ANC and the DA are both at like in mid-30s, suppose. It's much easier for the ANC to form a coalition with the EFF and the MK, should they ever actually come to some sort of resolution, than it is for the DA to make a substantial coalition, like a functional one. Because
Yeah,
ideally,
everything
what
is
you
up
want to have is you want to have as few partners as possible, so that you minimize turbulence, and then ideally the most closely aligned to you, again to minimize turbulence.
Yeah.
So what would those parties be? That'd be obviously the FF plus. I'd say ACDP, but ACDP is like basically irrelevant. I can't think of another major party that could boost their vote, and that would be like a stable partner besides the PA.
Yeah, no. Well, the PA again is a front for the ANC. So I don't think that the PA might join just to backstab, just to cause instability.
Yeah,
So I mean, and this is this is why I've always hated independent media pushing PA, because PA is just a lost cause. A vote for the PA is a vote for the ANC, and it always will be. At strategic times, Gayton McKenzie will talk against the ANC, but the real question is who will be the leader of the ANC. That's the real question. Will Patrice Motsepe, will he come forward? And then if he does, how popular will that make the ANC?
yeah. The ANC is dead. It's like it's dead.
No, but even if the ANC gets 20%, that's significant, because with
That's
that,
significant. Yeah. In fact, right? Ironically, if the ANC actually drops enough, it might be the best partner. Actually, seeing as you've already had experience of being in coalition with them.
well,
I don't know,
I wouldn't really call this a functioning coalition, so I don't know about that.
but it's better than EFF. It's better than Action SA.
No, but you see, the problem is that if the DA is bigger than the ANC, then tradition and also all the functions mean that like the DA will stand in line to choose the presidency, or to pick the who will be the candidate, the presidential candidate,
Which
and
would
like
upset
that itself
a
will
certain
probably be
faction.
unacceptable to the ANC.
Yeah.
So
especially the radical side of the ANC.
yeah. No, but I mean,
Yeah,
the
the ones
ANC
who.
is not long for this world, because it's going.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not a political party. That's the problem with the ANC, is that it's incapable of negotiating with other political parties, because it's a Congress in and of itself. You know, the African National Congress. So it's like they've already finished democracy once you've got the ANC NEC, the National Executive Committee. Once the National Executive Committee of the ANC is chosen, that's it. That's the leadership, and they have a mandate which they can't cross. So how that gets watered down in party negotiations in politics, like, it's just not capable. It doesn't have the flexibility, unless when Patrice Motsepe, when he comes up, if he assumes leadership and he says, I'm not going to run this the way that other ANC leaders have run the ANC, I'm going to trust myself to make executive decisions. If he says that, then you might have some real functioning. But I mean, I don't look forward to 2029. It's going to be a shit show because
It's going to be a bloodbath. Yeah.
it's people are going to have hard choices because the radical left can all team up if they want easily. They can easily get a majority if they all team up. The question is, who will the ANC leader be? That's the biggest. If the wrong person becomes the ANC leader, I mean, I might as well leave the country now. It's just going to go up in flames.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just thinking about this number of 84% say the DA can fix Johannesburg, but only 39% say they will vote for them, right? And then of black voters, 80% say they will do a better job, but only 25% would consider voting for the DA. So, yeah. So
I know, to me, it just disgusts me that the IEC doesn't get involved and say that, like, you can't campaign saying that the DA is going to bring back apartheid. You know, like, you can't do that. Because, I mean, like, the amount of poison that is in the democracy right now. I mean, I don't even think we have a democracy anymore. We have a racialist democracy. Because,
it's
like,
effectively
in
not.
what other democracy are you allowed to vote to tyrannize a minority? Like, in what other situation are the wolves allowed to vote for which sheep to have for dinner just because it's white, just because it's a white sheep or something like that? You know, it's like,
yeah, I get it. Yeah.
It's funny because in the rationale of the judges, they said that no, it's justifiable because it's democratically endorsed. Because of the democratic endorsement, we're allowed to break the constitution. We're allowed to break the limitations clause, essentially. And they never thought that instead what they did was they condemned the democracy in South Africa to effectively no longer be a liberal democracy. We no longer have an open democracy. We have a closed racialist democracy.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry,
I'm just seeing here as well. Basically in the metros, you're sort of like neck and neck, depending on the polling. On the polling, some put you ahead, some put you slightly behind.
For Gauteng.
Yeah, let me just in Gauteng, yeah. So that's gonna swing. That's gonna swing. And the worst thing about the ANC is that they have all the media is against them, or let me say, all of the there's no positive media for the ANC, right? And two, they're the incumbent, so and they find it very difficult to turn, to like change directions. So they'll probably do a lot of this, like didn't they fire the mayor of Johannesburg? Morero, I think that's his name. Essentially, they recalled him, right? And yeah, so what that means is that they'll probably do more stunts like these, just nominal changes, just to seem like they're doing something. But I think people are acutely aware that this will not have any impact on the day-to-day life. And yeah, like, I think this water crisis alone has killed them, let alone what else is still in the pipeline. Like, they've lost, can you imagine how many aspirant South Africans, aspirant middle class South Africans are in areas like Midrand and you name it in Johannesburg and the surrounding areas that don't have water because of the failures of the ANC. I know it's difficult to see, like like those people turning around and saying, "Okay, I'm going to vote for something completely different," but I think that's going to happen, Si. I don't think I'm being giddy when I say this. I don't think I'm getting ahead of myself. I think you're going to see some serious change. I think
I hope you're right.
if anything, what the DA should be focusing on is not losing their core constituency, which would be white South Africans, and not only not losing them, but motivating them to go out and vote. Because I can tell you for a fact that
they could do that is if they started saying, like the kind of rhetoric that I was talking about earlier, which is, complaining more about ANC policy, but that just gets them more on the backside of.
Yeah, they're walking a tightrope.
The headwinds.
Yeah, so it's like they're saying here, 25% of Black people say they intend to vote for the DA, right? According to the polls. That's of the remaining 75%, a huge fraction. Okay, these are of the voters, so these are people who actually intend to vote. So it's already excluded the people who wouldn't vote anyway, who haven't voted. So the remaining 75, how would that be split? I think a huge portion of that goes to Action SA, especially in the West Rand. Yeah, I think is it possible for the DA and Action SA to make amends?
No, Action SA will never support the DA.
You think that's just sort of like blood rivalry from Herman Mashaba's side?
Well, Herman Mashaba has already betrayed the DA. What they did it in Johannesburg,
multiple times.
And they went with the ANC. So I mean,
EFF,
they've just proven.
Yeah. I guess in my head, I'm trying to think of best case scenario and how we can get there.
Yeah, I mean, they're not enough decent black parties. Like, there's not a single. I mean, there's what in KwaZulu Natal. There's what's it called?
IFP.
Yeah, the IFP. That's and even the IFP was messed up on the VAT. Like,
yeah,
on the VAT issue. I mean,
I actually thought the IFP would have been they. If anything, they seem like another wing of the ANC. Because if I'm not incorrect, eThekwini, Durban was also not like evenly split. Was not like nicely split for the ANC. I think it was actually. What was happening? They were voting out, what's her name? Zandile Gumede, because I guess she was embroiled in corruption or whatever. And for whatever reason, they had to compose a government. And I think the IFP actually backed the ANC faction. And I would have thought they'd back the DA. So they've proven to not be reliable and that they can be swayed, even though they essentially purport for to be something akin to more closely aligned to DA, or like more conservative, more anti-socialism, all that stuff. And then when it comes to voting, it's like, yeah, we'll go ANC. So yeah,
it's so problematic when you have all the money and all the power and all the influence resides with the evil people.
Yeah, I was listening to I constantly hear Helen constantly going on about not voting for the smaller parties, and sort of like she sounds bitter when she says that stuff. That's how it comes across. But like practically speaking, I understand, man. Like it puts them in quite a bind when they have to like negotiate with all these people who are just waiting to either play kingmaker or to just straight up stab him in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bleak, but I have hope, man. It's like I think things will change. I think certainly the metros are gone, and once the metros are gone and they're functioning, the rural vote will just get eroded, because it'll be like all of my cousins are living a good life, or at least seeing improvements in all the metros. Why am I going to vote for you guys here, even though I'm out in the rurals? So I think it's difficult, because we have this sort of like, it's like we've got a guillotine hanging over our necks of collapse, right? Of total chaos, and yet we need time. Or we actually need time to, and the only thing that's forcing us to need time really is the hesitance of of Black people to vote for alternatives, be it the DA or the FF, because really those are the only two real alternatives to the ANC. We only have like one significant alternate, like right-leaning party. If I suppose you could say two if you count the ACDP, but yeah, relative to their constituency, they're very small. So
maybe that is the future, the ACDP. Maybe they'll swell. Maybe. I mean, you see that's there's something about. I'm not saying that you're a liar, Emmanuel, but there's something about some of the things that you're telling me that just they are insightful, and I am very grateful that you will sit through me and comfort me and go through all the shit that I have to say. But there's something that doesn't add up. It's like, what if we are a Christian country, like you say, then why don't people stop voting for the ANC and vote for the ACDP? Like, why doesn't that happen? Why isn't that a thing at all?
Like, when you think of like Americans, right, and like Black Americans, obviously there's the side of rap music, of essentially degeneracy, but there's also a very strong side of church. Like, you hear especially from a lot of these artists and stuff, if you ask them, where did you start? Like, where did this start? And they'll tell you, I used to sing in the choir at church, or no, I used to play an instrument at church, and it just grew from there. Like, the church is central, and it's just sort of like been, I don't know, neglected, so to speak. But it's still there, So I'd say you could say much the same for Black South Africans. It's just, I guess I don't know if it's probably economics and a bit of that whole aspect of fear, right? A lot of it, actually. So it's those two that cause the Black vote to go, like, to be diametrically opposed to their values. Because if you, like, consistently, this is across polls, across, you name it, Black people are conservative. If you take the average Afrikaner, I live in quite an Afrikaner town. You take the average Afrikaner, right, and you take the average Black man, and you listen to a lot of the stuff that they say in terms of values and stuff like that, it's one and the same. In fact, it kind of makes you like shocked at why there's so much, vitriol between the two, because they're very similar, in terms of what they value. Family, like, you think of the average Afrikaner family having a braai on a Saturday, bringing all of the family together. These are things that all South Africans do, You know, Black South Africans do it a lot. You know, I can speak to my family personally, at family meetings and things like that. So like, yeah, but the values are very similar, but for whatever reason, Black people keep voting against their own values. Because if you ask the average Black person, for example, um, do you believe in LGBTQ rights? They'll say no. If you ask the average Black person, do you believe in corporal punishment? A lot of them will say yes. Do you believe people should be allowed to do you think smoking weed is good? Do you think it should be something that we allow? Most Black people will probably say no. Right? I'm not talking about the youth, but I'm talking about like as a whole, right? They probably say no.
But they would
All
also
sorts of other
probably say
like
yes, but they would probably also say yes to racial redress.
yes. That I have to say yes. They would say that.
Yeah, so that's I guess where the socialism comes in, is that
That's
we would
exactly.
all like to be communists when we're talking about confiscating white people's stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Why am I getting infected by your mood now? I'm kind of like feeling disheartened now. It is kind of bleak.
Well, I mean, this is the uphill issue, but I just wish that there were more people in the trenches, because I mean, like, I don't care
It
about
is.
the average person in the sense that, like, I don't care to talk to the average person. I want to talk to
Yeah.
elite. I want to talk to media, journalist elites that broadcast these messages out into the society and create this feeling of this group collective ideology, and that, you know, that's what I want to focus on. And it really pisses me off that there are lots of high-ranking Black people in the DA, like Siviwe
Yeah.
Kraube. Sorry, I can't say
Yeah.
her name so well, but
Yes, Guarova, I think, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Kraube. Oh my word, I'm so bad with pronunciation. But anyway, the Siviwe is a feminist, which I also
Yeah.
think is a problem, because
Yeah.
she won't ever attack identity politics, because it all comes down to the same argument. It follows the same formula. So I think that the DA is doing itself a huge disservice, because it has absolutely no cultural footprint in dissuading people away from identity politics. It says Helen Ziller will say, I don't like identity politics, but Siviwe will not say anything about the topic. She'll just completely avoid it. And that to me looks fundamentally schismatic, but it's also because the DA has never dealt with the culture war head on.
Yeah, and they don't seem to have, like, it's one thing to recruit people, be it Black people, people from the ANC, whatever, but there has to be a kind of purity test, you know, for your ideology. You know, obviously people can have some differences, but like there has to be like a baseline. That's okay. Look, we
Yeah,
are
you have
here.
to have the same values. You can't.
Yeah, you have to have the same core values. Because then you'll find yourself pulling in different directions, and next thing you know, you'll have another Musi Maimane situation or another Herman Mashaba situation, you know? So
Yeah, that's the problem. Is Siviwe was in the party when Maimane was the leader, and she has not rebranded herself. She has not made an announcement that she has changed her direction or she's changed her thinking. She just goes with the flow, with whatever the party is doing. She gets carried with it. And then, you know, her identity is supposed to be credential enough that she's giving the party, that she's giving her support to the party while being Black. Well, there's no intellectual input into the public space. There's no
like I don't even know what her values are. I don't know what her positions are on things. All I know is that she was a senior person in the DA, but deployed as a minister of education. No?
Yeah, education.
Where is she? Yeah. So
yes, education.
I don't even know. Like what was the position on the Bella Act? For it, for the sake
Well, no, she was
of
against
the
Bella.
coalition.
Everyone is in the DA is against Bella, but she is
Uh.
writing the regulations to implement it.
Because she's the minister.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's that whole thing of them being essentially, hostages. But
Yeah.
I don't know her values. Like I've heard from Chris Pappas of all people from Umgeni, which is where in KZN. I've never been there, don't know where it is, somewhere south of Durban, I think. And then I've heard Celia's Brink. I've heard a bit of Gordon Hill Lewis. Let me see who else has. I've never heard from what's his name, Solly. I forget his surname.
The Minister of Digital, what is it called? Digital Communications. Is that Solly?
The guy who used to be, was he in Pretoria? No, where was he? The Pretoria guy was the other guy who got caught in a scandal, like some, I think it was like a sexual scandal, no? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Solly Msimanga.
Yeah, Msimanga, yeah, that's him, yeah. I've never heard his views. Maybe part of this is not, maybe it's because I'm not actively looking for it, but if they were impactful enough, I'd be able to, like I've heard what's his name's views, a lot of the EFF guys' views, and I actively try to avoid them, and maybe that also speaks to the bias in our media, so that too. Yeah, but I think there needs to be some sort of clarity when it comes to that, because a lot of these guys are being picked up from the ANC. It's I can imagine how spooky that looks to the average white voter voting for the DA. It's like confirming the ANC light allegations. So yeah, a lot needs to change, man. You're doing the DA is doing well with regards to the issues, like the service delivery issues in Gauteng, but long term, why do you think? I don't know if this is just built into it's just because that's what the DA is, but why is there such a hesitation to shift right on things?
You see, on some level, when you say that, I feel like it's slightly unfair, or I don't know what you mean, because where the problem in this country is not local and provincial government, it's national government. So where you would want the country to go right is on the national sphere, in national policy. There's nothing you can do at provincial or municipal level to, like, that. It's like, I don't understand left and right when it comes to like how can you be more right wing as a municipality? How can you be more left wing as a municipality? To me, that question doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I'm just saying as a part.
Optics. You just mean.
I mean, as a party, yeah, as a whole, like, yeah. I'm going to pivot after this because we haven't spoken on like the latest goings on in the world. I'd like to hear a bit from you about that. But yeah, maybe if you just finish what you're about to say.
Oh no, I mean, yeah, if you're just talking about like in terms of political rhetoric, and
yeah.
I mean, they've obviously done polling, I guess, and they're trying to. You see, I'm afraid that the DA is trying to maximize its local government election results when it should be trying to maximize its footprint for the national election, and it should be already engaged in the strategy for the national election. I think, I mean, yes, it's obviously very important that Helen Zille wins and does a good job in Gauteng, because that'll be an attractor for more votes later on.
That's a
So
foothold.
strategically, that's
Yeah.
important. But I don't believe in sacrificing everything and leaving all the battles in the future. I think we should start being honest about some of the fundamental political, like the ANC lies and like need to be challenged, and that isn't happening enough. And that is maybe, I think how you're framing that is that they don't want to be seen as right wing.
Yeah,
And
that's the sense I get. They're still playing. It's like I think they've got a very keen awareness of the fact that anything right wing has been maligned in South African politics. It is just by at default seen as automatically evil. And
I think anything associated with white people is maligned. And so I just see it as part of the general strategy to scapegoat racial scapegoating.
What do you think? You think capitalism is seen as a white thing?
Yes.
But socialism is not.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I mean, I understand. I see why, the context. But I mean, Karl Marx. So, yeah. So, okay. I'm going to pivot now. I get what you're saying. It's like, I hope the DA manages to, find a way through this maze that they're in, and hopefully get out on the other side, okay, and having gotten certainly a foothold in Gauteng. Now, what do you make of the latest happenings with regards to the war and all of the political, stuff that's come out from that? Even what was this thing that I saw the other week of people protesting in Cape Town in favor of I don't know, it's like, have you maybe because you from that side of the world, you've been more aware of exactly how massive this is, but I didn't realize that there was such a strong pro-Muslim, pro-Palestine, pro-Iran thing in South Africa. I didn't. Maybe it's because where I am, there are not as many Muslims. Do you think this is do you think perhaps there's some coordinated thing behind the stuff? Since when was we had I think there was a protest. What do they call it? The I forget what the word is. It starts with a Q. But essentially pro-Iran protests in Cape Town. What do you make of that? Yeah, essentially, yeah, it's Quds. I think the word was KUDS. No, QUDS. Sorry. Yeah. Is a specialized extraterritorial territorial branch of Iran's Islamic. Yeah, for unconventional warfare. Yeah. Let me just see here. Could protest Cape Town.
Well, I mean, that it does kind of affect South Africa, because it just shows us as being part of the axis of evil, essentially, or something like that.
Since when, though?
Since Durko sold our foreign policy to the Iranians. As someone who's not tuned into that side of the world, it was a shock, the fact that I knew, obviously having lived in Cape Town, that there's quite a significant Muslim presence there. You see it with all of the mosques and
all of the halal restaurants that side. But I guess maybe just sheer ignorance. I didn't realize that they were aligned with, you know, the rest of the Muslim, I suppose you call the Muslim view. Like, do you get the sense that
Emmanuel,
yeah.
I just want to say, like, I have a piece of personal policy where I don't talk about Muslims, and I don't talk about Islam in public.
Okay, no, that's fair. No, that's fine. If okay, let's pivot from that directly, and maybe let's pivot to what do you make of how Trump is handling it, and even the response from the American citizens, because I guess we always knew that there was a huge portion. Yeah, like I guess we always knew, especially not from how he's handling it, like with Iran, but how he's handling it domestically in terms of the optics and the, you know, the politics of it all, because it seems to have split MAGA quite yeah. So yeah, I you know, you have a strong part of the movement that is anti-war, anti-intervention in all of these countries. And obviously you have your traditional neoconservatives and stuff like that, you know. Well, what do you make of that? Do you think it will have like an impact on prospects, say, for JD Vance or what's his name, who's also in line to be the next president? Marco Rubio, yeah.
I mean, it's probably going to have an effect on them. I mean, I don't know how the war. I mean, it depends how well the war goes. I mean, and I don't know the future, so I don't know if it's going to be fast and done, or if it's, you know, I don't know if it can be fast and done. So if it can't be done fast and finished, then it really just depends on how it concludes.
Well, just looking at it as someone, I'm no expert on war or anything like that, but just applying my mind to it, I don't see how it can end anytime soon. I don't see how that's going to be possible, especially when you start to look into things like, you know, just the general topography of Iran. You look at the, you know, the strait. You look at how it's like squeezed, like there's essentially like 2 lanes for ships to sort of go through, and how that plays out in terms of the oil price and all that stuff. And you know, there's only so much of, oh no, I understand that the price has gone up, squeezing the average American, but it's only going to be temporary. Like this is, oddly enough, it kind of feels like 2 weeks to flatten the curve again, you know? Yeah. And it
looks like it's a bit of a mess. I mean, but
it looks like a bit of a mess. It looks like a bit of a mess. Honestly, it looks like a bit of a mess. It looks like they didn't, even if perhaps these people are professionals, so I trust that they had a plan, but I don't think it's going to plan, you know? Yeah. So I think he's kind of trapped because he can't just drop it now, you know?
There's no easy off-ramp, and there's no conclusion in sight. So, I mean, I don't know, they need to make a conclusion. Would be the simplest solution is to essentially get a whole lot of Iranians together and give them guns and teach them how to use them and let them loose to free their country from a tyrannical regime. That would be the best sort of, I don't know, that it looks like that's not in the pipeline, or that's not feasible for one another reason. But it
You know
seems like
what's
they're gonna
scary about
introduce it.
that? If that's not on the table, then that could actually point to the fact that maybe from whatever analysis they've found that if anything, their intervention has actually strengthened the position of the people who rule Iran. I think if anything, there's a particular portion of the population that has sort of like gone, oh, okay, so you guys really are our enemies, you know. And it's one thing going against Venezuelans who are not religious in their zeal for the ideology of their leader and their country. Whereas when people see it as like a religious war, that's a whole different ball game. It sounds like I'm stating obvious stuff, but I mean, like, do you think perhaps that maybe Trump was? Do you think it was hubris? Like after having done that to Venezuela, he sort of thought like, we'll just fly in, bomb them, flatten the place.
If you understand the story, you know what the story is, the official story. The official story is that Israel
was going to bomb them, so they felt they needed to attack, right?
Yeah, they had to preempt Israel. Yeah, that's the story. So
right.
It's really Israel's war. More than America's war.
And the need to preempt Israel, if you could just explain that to me, because I'm fairly ignorant of all this stuff,
Okay, no. So you see, like America has bases all over the region.
Yeah,
and they
Saudi
also
Arabia,
have
Qatar,
a lot of military bases that essentially encircle Iran as well. And so all of these military assets would have been targets. If Israel had attacked by themselves, Iran would have done what it's doing anyway. It would have attacked everyone in the neighborhood. And so in order to limit Iran's ability to project power,
the capability of damage. Yeah. Right. So it's essentially saying we are trying to make sure that you don't have as much weaponry available to attack us, which we know that attack is inevitable. So we may as well just try and get out in front of it. Okay, fine, that makes sense. Right. So now what? Because
the last
I don't see how,
because they called Netanyahu and complained that it was meant to be an easy war, and now it's not so easy, and that's going to cock up his presidential run, most probably.
Yeah. Even the fact that like these guys are allies of the United States. I'm talking Saudi Arabia and the rest, right? They have bases, so they have like a good rapport. But I can imagine from the side of, say, Saudi Arabia, this thing not being settled actually starts to build up pressure for you to shift away from the United States.
Saudi Arabia would have been for the war. So Saudi Arabia is probably happy about what's happening.
Are they happy that it's not being concluded?
No,
because I mean they're taking quite a lot.
They would like it to be.
Like I'm thinking of what's his name? That's UAE, Dubai. But can you imagine what that's like? Because I'm just thinking of all of the, all of the rich people who are in there or who went there. With Dubai being, promoted as this paradise in the middle of a desert, you know. And then now it's like, oh wow, it's still part of the, you know, Arabian Peninsula, which means it's, vulnerable to instances of war and things like, and that sort of like shatters the illusion, you know.
I don't.
And
It's only really Iran. I mean, if Iran was taken out, they wouldn't really. I think there would generally be peace in the Middle East without Iran, because Iran supplies and also propagates a lot of anti-Semitism, in particular. Like Hamas is funded by Iran, Hezbollah is funded by Iran.
yeah,
Like they're like an octopus. They've got tentacles and everything.
like a
And
hydra.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
people
So
don't. I mean, look at us. I mean, like Iran has strengthened the ANC. I
yeah,
mean, they're not good people.
yeah. It's. Wait, I don't want anyone to come to fly over South Africa and start bombing South Africa, man. Like, if you could just stay out of it, you know. We have no right. We have no business involving ourselves in this matter. You know, we should steer clear and let the big boys do what they do. You know,
Well,
because
that's going to happen anyway. I mean, people are just going to ignore us. It doesn't matter what noises we make. We're irrelevant. We don't have any power. We don't have any resource that we can really direct or control in any special way.
yeah. And then, what do you make of the oil situation? Do you think that'll be resolved? Do you think? Because I mean, like I was hearing something. I remember one of the guys from Trump's side says something quite odd. He said we are going to he said something effectively. We're going to like hit Iran by like essentially unsanctioning their oil. I was like, wait, how does that hurt them?
No, that just gets you sanctioned by America. If you
No,
try
but
to break the sanction.
No, the guy was saying that that America was going to unsanction America. Oh yeah, he was basically saying that they're going to allow Iran to essentially sell their oil and lift the sanctions, and all that's done is like giving them like the entire year's budget in like we're projected to give them the entire year's budget in a couple of weeks, a couple of months, you know. So they I don't see how that's, if anything, you've helped them. Yeah, and it's kind of concerning because it's like I don't know if it's incompetence or if it's like it's just really like gone awry, you know. So
Is this what happened recently? America tried to unsanction Iran during the war.
yeah, I think so. Like their oil, because obviously in light of what's happening and these guys sort of shut down the straits, and a lot of the oil that comes out of that region goes through that that part of the world. So that's like the reason for the oil spike. That's why petrol this side is apparently going to go up by like R5 per liter, which is insane, you know. So sanction oil. Yeah, U.S. eases Iran oil curbs with temporary waiver. Yeah, as of March 2026, the U.S. is considering temporarily waiving sanctions on approximately 140 million barrels of Iranian oil currently stranded on tankers. This tactical move aims to increase global supply, easing soaring energy prices and reduce the impact of Iran's disruption of the Strait of Hormuz. right? So that's right. So they're trying to essentially undo the hold that they have over the economy, of the global economy. But in doing so, they're actually giving them money. I
People with
suppose.
oil, I mean, the world can't afford to. I mean, that's the problem with Iran. You kind of do need to topple the regime, because it's always going to have access to funds, and then it's going to divert those funds into global instability or sectarian violence or whatever. I mean, Iran has got a history of being incredibly ruthless in its region.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's got a
If
history.
there are no slouches.
Yeah.
They're not amateurs. They're not slouches. They have. I mean, this is the center of the Persian Empire. You know, how long was like the Persian Empire? How long did that last? Persian Empire is not the Ottoman Empire. It's two different empires.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like it's not like some average, I don't know, South African. Like it's not the ANC you're going up against. You're going up against people who've been there and done that for years, and they're intelligent. That's another thing. You know, it's not like yeah. Imagine going up against people who are who are centralized, able to religiously motivated and intelligent. You know, it's like I know, and this is one of the things that Americans need to be wary of is, you know, yes, America has like the biggest army, strongest army, you know, on paper, but that does not mean automatic win, you know, in a war. You know, and wars are not necessarily about, it depends on what the objectives are. You know, if the objectives of the Iranians, for example, were to drastically to cause severe harm to the American image, right? To the image of what America is, to cause a lot of damage to the bases around their country, and if those are like the sorts of objectives that Iran has, they're actually on track to achieve them. You know. And from the American point of view, it's like at what cost? You know, I suppose a lot of these the average Americans who've had to live through the Iraq War, who've lived through the war against terror, war against drugs. You know, it's like, really, are we going to send our young men, and especially young men, to another meat grinder? Like, really? You know, so
I don't know if it would be such a meat grinder. I mean, it's not like the Ukrainian war or something like that. I mean, you're not trying to take over terrain. You're just trying to wipe out essentially an apparatus of a government, or at least the executive of that government, so that you can have it replaced.
Correct me if I'm wrong, they've taken out the supreme leader, and the person who's replaced him is his son, right? So that person's lost his father, apparently his wife, I think children as well. You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's kind of not a good situation to find yourself trying to get rid of someone for them to only be replaced by a person who's whose father was just bombed, who's all or whatever. So like, yeah. But I suppose this is war. Like the sorts of things that I see as being grim start to become like normal life. I'm just saying that it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because especially just seeing from just internal politics in the United States, it's going to splinter the group. And what does that mean for elections 2028? Do the likes of what's his name, Vance and Marco Rubio, do they just stick by Trump? I suppose they would. But at some point, it's going to be politically, costly to do so if this is how it's going,
Well,
and if this drags on.
I imagine that they had some cover because they can just blame Israel.
And it seems like they're leaning in that direction with the whole thing of like, we told them not to bomb and they bombed. We only bombed because Israel was going to bomb. I suppose that is cover to some extent, but in the ears of the people who are not fans of Israel to begin with, it sounds like they truly are beholden to Israel. So not a good look there either.
Sorry, can you say that again? They are what on Israel?
It sounds like they're beholden to Israel. It sounds like Israel's, yeah. So it's not a good look for the likes of like
a precarious situation. I mean, like Israel wouldn't be without American backing, Israel like probably wouldn't exist, kind of thing, on some level.
Yeah.
I mean, like, and they have.
Even from a religious point of view, there's a good contingent of America that is pro-Israel. Yeah, it's complicated. I do not wish to be in that seat, like having to make these sorts of decisions and all that stuff. Like it's, yeah. But yeah, I think. Well, what else has happened over the past? Have you been keeping up with the all these commissions and all that stuff?
Not really.
Yeah, same here. I've just like I've completely cut it out. It just seems like a circus to me. Like a lot of the stuff is happening, still happening.
Yeah,
what's it going to help for me to know?
From lots of things, especially from the Iran war, I feel like a lot of people are tuning out. They're just kind of disconnecting from tracking politics.
I think oddly enough, I think we have too much information now. There was, I suppose, like there was that whole like shock and awe sort of thing when it actually started, and then after a while, it's just like, okay, just bleak. It speaks to how, and perhaps the whole dopamine thing. Yeah, but this could very well be, if it's not sorted out quickly, it could very well be the start of like a global recession. Could be the makings of a global recession. So Trump actually needs to get this sorted out, because if we do have a situation where global economy is contracting, 2 consecutive quarters, Trump is now seen as the cause of that, even internally, because economy is a big thing for conservatives. So it's but I do you reckon they're going to lose the House come where is it? End of the year? When did they have their
Well, they were
midterms?
going to anyway, I think. At some point,
Yeah.
they were going to anyway. Now with the war, probably.
Yeah, it's probably like set. Yeah. All right. Like, yeah, that's basically what I wanted to talk about.
Sorry, I'm so boring.
I
I
don't know.
can't think of anything to put on the
Do you
table
do you have
myself.
any? Do you have anything that you want to talk about from your side in
Well,
terms of?
I think the one thing that you didn't mention, which is worth mentioning, is just China, because if
Yeah.
America sorts out Iran, that removes a very important ally from China. So that could be used to isolate China and keep China on a short leash, because China isn't China is dependent on oil imports.
Yeah.
And we're probably going to run out of fertilizer, except if America starts making more fertilizer. But anyway.
Yeah, it's really, yeah, it's bleak, man. But if on one hand, right, I get that side of things, but I'm just thinking practically. If the US's Navy and other parts of their military are getting, pulled into the Gulf, does it not give China does it not incentivize them to become more brazen in what they're doing in, say, the South China Sea and stuff like that? Or do you think they're just going to
fish, but
keep
no,
their powder
not
dry?
necessarily. I mean, they'll only do anything if they think America is completely locked down and
Yeah.
diverted. But I don't think they are diverted. I mean,
Yeah.
I think America can have 3 wars at the same time if it really wanted to.
Yeah,
It's just
massive.
the cost of the ammunitions, really, and the lives, maybe.
Yeah. Hey.
Anyway.
Sometimes I'm glad to be like a third world, small, relatively irrelevant country. Imagine having to think about having to contemplate being involved in a war, like waking up and knowing that your country's in a war. Granted, we get into some war and skirmishes here in Africa, but it's not quite the same. The whole thing with the Congo and Rwanda and stuff like that, it's not quite the same. Do you reckon we'll ever have in South Africa? Do you reckon we'll ever have a more based sort of guy take over? In the sense of pro, what was the masculine virtues? The empowering, essentially trying to strengthen our army, our military. Maybe even bring back compulsory military service.
Well,
Or do
there's
you think
really
we
no
just
reason to have compulsory military service because we're not really in a hot environment. But it is important for us to have a functioning army because we can contribute towards the stability of Africa and maintaining the stability of sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, that's the main function of what the military should be.
Yeah.
I mean, South Africa is much larger than it seems because of our customs.
Yeah, it's massive. Yeah.
No. I mean, like our neighboring countries, like a lot of neighboring countries to South Africa, including
Peg to the rand.
Yeah, no, they get money given to them from our import taxes. So, like when we have import tax, that money gets distributed to all the nations, or in our union,
Orbit.
our customs union, and so
we
give like half the money of most governments that receive this money. It's like a huge portion of their governmental budget.
Yeah.
So we basically own the governments of all our neighbors. to a
Neighboring.
large
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this is how we wield influence regionally.
Yeah.
But we
You heard
can't
about
afford it
the
anymore.
yeah. You heard about Lesotho calling for a renegotiation of the what's it called again? Forward Highlands project, the water thing.
Oh, no, I hadn't heard of that.
Yeah. So apparently we pay something like what was it, 200? What was the amount? 200? Is it million US? Let me see here. Yeah, they want a deal for its water. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah. I just forget how much the amount was. It was quite a high amount, but relatively speaking, it's actually low. And they're saying that the deal was struck in 1986 and it's basically outdated, so it needs to be renegotiated. It's weird. You just said that the countries around us are beholden to us, but in some crucial ways we also depend on them. Like say for example Lesotho. If Lesotho decides we're shutting off the water, that's Joburg essentially having no water this time, not because of the infrastructure.
But Lesotho definitely doesn't have a leg to stand on because we just are more powerful. Sorry, hey Fang, you are. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yeah. Formerly Contriver. Yeah. 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 You were saying that we're just that much stronger than them.
Yeah. No, well, Lesotho doesn't have a military, so they wouldn't be able to resist us taking our assets by force.
So why are they brazen enough to then demand to call for extra land and things like that? Like most of us are obviously we don't take that seriously, but I mean just from a political point of view.
Well, politically, Lesotho is a basket case. Like one time the king says I'm the king and I disband parliament, then he says, oh no, I'm okay with parliament. Like they work on decree there. I mean it's a Mickey Mouse state.
Well,
I have to
for
just a second.
what's up,
Just a
Contriver?
second. Hello, my brothers from other mothers. How are you, Emmanuel? How are you, Zan? Sir,
Good.
I'm surviving.
it's been quite a while since we talked to each other.
Yeah.
Well, how could we discuss South African politics without having the Gupta family invited?
Oh my word.
And here comes the Indian.
Oh no.
Oh man. What happened to the Guptas? Did they go to Dubai, back to India? Do you know? It's like I mean,
Didn't they go to Dubai or something? Isn't that where most people live?
Yeah, I suppose.
Actually, I didn't went to Dubai. I was residing in India all this time. So I had plans for going to Dubai, but now with the real estate prices crashing 40% in UAE, I'm
No way.
again thinking to purchase an apartment over there.
Now's the
The
time to
problem is
buy.
I don't have enough money.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I mean, Middle East is going to be destroyed now. GCC, the only reason why the American military is now putting boots on the ground is because the Israelis actually threatened to have the nuclear option on their escalation ladder. So that is why that is the sad state of affairs. And since it is an existential crisis for both parties, whether it is Iran or Israel, so I think that the US has to chime in and do the heavy lifting, uh, being the muscle man for Israel and the GCC countries, because despite having so much bases over there in the Middle East, they are not able to defend their own military bases. Then there is certainly going to be credibility issues for them in the foreseeable future, which we can't disregard. And I think on the domestic front, I think that Americans are not appreciating this war with Iran. So they want to stave off from the Middle East as a whole. So the Middle East conflict is going to actually worsen the political turmoil that is going on right now within the US. So everything is interconnected. And by the way, Africa as a continent is also interconnected with that, because if Middle East burns, then it is going to have a spillover effect within Africa as well as within South Asia, because of the religious demography and the
Yeah,
authoritarian theocratic people who are going to prove their metal somewhere else. So that is going to have a
yeah,
spillover. Let's see what happens.
it could be.
Oh, I never thought
So,
about that. That's a good point.
yeah, I never thought about that too. It could actually be like a whole, uh, yeah, like a whole like Arab Spring, like except not toppling people, but like just chaos.
Well, let's see what happens. I just wanted to talk to my black and white brothers from other mothers. So I just came in to say hello from this part of the world. It's already 9:30 in the quite late at night, and I have to sleep because I have to wake up at 4:30 in the morning. So
Yeah,
it's
Oh my
nice seeing
word.
you, Mr. Zand. It's nice seeing you, my brother Emmanuel, and both
yeah.
of you are terrific, fantastic. Keep on doing what you are doing. Please continue persevering, because that is all we are left with. Okay,
Are you still in Singapore?
pardon?
I was asking, are you still in Singapore or
Uh, I'm pessimistic regarding the future state of affairs, and
Hmm,
I think it is not going to be, rosy-eyed sort of a scenario for all of us, whether it is Westerners, Easterners, Afrikaners, or Indians.
hmm,
It is not going to be a favorable picture for us, because with the oil prices rising, the day boots on ground are in action, the oil prices are going to actually increase up to $200 per barrel.
yeah,
And when that happens, there is going to be a massive inflation, and we we would never be able to recover from that. Just like we still aren't recovered from the corona pandemic yet. So
yeah.
that is the case. And economically speaking, I don't think that the countries have the wherewithal to handle such sort of crises. It's not a single crisis, it is regarding crises, whether it is regarding food and agricultural produce, whether it is regarding fertilizers, or whether it is regarding fuel. So everything is intertwined. Let's see what happens. So that is my take on it. And nice seeing you,
No, that's
Mr.
all right.
Zand. Nice, Mr. Emmanuel, my brother from other mothers.
Nice to see you.
Bye.
Nice to see
Cheers,
you,
Good
man.
night.
Have a
John.
good evening.
Oh man. Yeah, he kind of brought
He
up a
said
whole different.
he moved from Singapore to India because he didn't see a future in Singapore. He was just talking in general.
I think he's talking in general that I guess even some local stuff as well. He's not too optimistic about Singapore. Yeah, but I guess it's within the context of just the entire global outlook, you know. And I suppose that makes sense because Singapore is highly dependent on what's happening in the rest of the world.
Or
It's not
Singapore
as
is completely
insulated.
dependent on imports for food,
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
fuel. Yeah.
for fuel, everything. So I suppose it's like, yeah, it's highly sensitive to that. So I can understand why he'd see that as being more, less stable than say moving back to India. I know India does buy oil. Does India produce oil?
I don't think
Probably
so.
not enough to. And just another own goal for South Africa. We had Sasol, which had the capability to produce, essentially insulate us from the effects of the war by producing the synthetic fuel
Don't
from.
we still have Sasol refineries?
We do, but the capacity at which I think they've drastically drawn down their output.
that's
So
sad.
it's I think it's something to. I think they were saying that I don't know if it was by 30% or that the current output is only 30 something odd percent of its peak.
I see.
But it was something drastic.
Yeah,
And
that really does insulate us the most from the price shock because I don't know what it is, but there's a certain level at which that like Sasol makes a profit ever since,
Yeah.
like if the price of oil is above a certain amount, Sasol just makes huge profits.
yes, because of the low, relatively low oil prices, they've shifted their activity to other products, other chemicals, refining other things, and obviously you can't just instantly kick into gear because all of the staff and all that stuff that you need to coordinate. So yeah, it's sad because just this kind of speaks back to what we were talking about earlier about Eskom and how there is actually like a reasonable justification for having state-owned entities and state-owned companies that are responsible for certain that have a mandate of, let's say in the case of Eskom, produce electricity as cheaply as possible, sell it at as close to cost price as possible, so that we can bolster our industry and industrialize as a country, right? You have Sasol. Make sure you produce as petrols that we insulated from the swings of oil prices in the warring caused by the warring states of the Middle East. So then to have those one be dysfunctional and the other one be sold off, and because of it being more private, now being more profit focused as opposed to adhering to a mandate. Yeah, so this is where we find ourselves. And
that is the problem of commodity prices, is that it doesn't matter that some commodity streams are less expensive than others. They all get sold at the same price anyway.
what do you mean?
So Sasol would essentially, if Sasol will continue to make a higher profit if the price of oil goes up. because they don't sell at cost price. They will sell at the market price.
Yes. Yes.
It just means that we have a local company that does very well on its balance sheet, that has a huge profit margin and will pay more tax that year. So the government will kind of recoup it from tax to some degree. It'll
A fraction. Yeah. I suppose. But then at what cost? Because then it's like
a sizable fraction.
it's a sizable fraction. But then you look at it from another angle. The cost, the spending that is now diverted to the increased cost of commodities, say in this case oil, that would have otherwise been shielded by a non-profit, state-owned company or non-profit seeking state-owned company.
No, but the state-owned company would have the same issue. It's just that all the profit made by a state-owned company belongs to the government. So, I mean, it's just.
So you're saying that I'm essentially asking you, because this is what you said. You said that the commodities would be sold at the same price anyway, right? And I was thinking that the fact that it's a state-owned company, they could, like the government could, for example, say, in order to shield our citizens from the impact of the Iran war, we're going to sell our local stuff at this price locally, right? Because, or like, what are these other guys? I think Namibia is waiving its fuel levy for I don't know how long. I think 3 months or something like that, as a way to sort of like blunt the impact of the war. There are various things that the government could do. And I'd imagine that with it being, how did it work during apartheid? I'm just imagining during the height of, sanctions and stuff like that. I've never actually looked into that stuff,
No, well, I don't
Do you have
think
any
it
idea
matters
how it
much
works?
difference what you do, how you recirculate it back into the economy. Because if you think about it, if the SOE is owned by the government and it's producing all this extra profit and it's not making a loss and it's able to make a huge profit, that basically is like negative tax. That profit is like negative tax because you don't have to tax as much because your SOE is making profit.
If only that was the case. South Africa tax is the same. They're not going to give you a discount because Eskom is doing well, because what's the same is doing well. Taxes rarely get revised down or just totally repealed or whatever. And yeah, so if anything,
tax rates change all the time. I mean, usually they go up, yes, but I mean,
yeah, they do, but the drive is to drive it up. If anything, like what tends to happen in government is that if anything, as soon as some money is free, all of a sudden there's more reasons to spend it on something else. It's not like let's give it back to the taxpayer. That's not a thing this side.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're already past that point anyway. That where you can, our taxes will probably go down in the long term from now. I mean, they have to. We won't be competitive. We won't be able to compete or function.
You say that, but just last year they were considering raising the VAT by, what was it, 2 percentage points?
Yeah, VAT. I mean, I was actually kind of in favor of the VAT tax because the VAT tax is a much fairer tax. It taxes everyone. I mean, obviously VAT is annoying, but like Davi Root talks about this quite a bit, but he says, there's certain taxes that are easier to collect, that are sort of more broad-based, as it were, or,
yeah.
And VAT is one of the best taxes.
I back it. If I were president of South Africa, I would strongly consider abolishing every other tax and only keeping that. And perhaps at worst,
And
having
import,
different rates for yeah, maybe those two.
import
Having different
tariffs.
rates for different types of categories of products. You know, like I tax luxury goods more than I would say a loaf of bread, right? So yeah, but I'd do away with stuff like income tax and all this other nonsense that requires admin and consulting and huge offices that are filled with people who are just crunching numbers that could all be avoided by just having that, you know. So yeah, at the same time, that puts you firmly at the mercy of the people who are VAT vendors. I'm just thinking from a strategic point of view that you would rather have two sources of income as a government, because if the VAT vendors decide we are, I'm saying if you're a hostile government, I suppose, and you say, and the VAT vendors decide, no, we're sick of your nonsense, we are not going to pay you VAT this month, your entire operation grinds to a halt. So, yeah.
I know VAT is actually, I think, paid every 6 months or so. I think VAT has its own. Man, if I were
yeah, there's a whole lot of tax law around it. Yeah, it's a whole yeah, because you pay you make a provisional. It's like for any other like businesses, you pay provisional tax. So yeah, I get that, but the point is you still be, you know, beholden to them. This is part of why say for example municipalities have multiple streams of income. Yeah. Say, Zach, I just wanted to ask you this maybe before I leave. What's the latest with regards to the solar panels and smart meters that side? Have you guys have they rolled them out or what?
I haven't heard anything about that. Oh, smart meters. I mean, or so
Yeah.
that you can sell back to the grid.
No, yes, that's one advantage of them. But the main, if I'm not incorrect, the main feature of the smart meter, maybe you have two types of smart meters. Maybe you have the ones that can also supply excess power back to the grid safely. But I think the main purpose of having the smart meters from the government's perspective is to clamp down on electricity theft. And at the same time, if they're smart meters, they can also then shift towards a different pricing model. And I think that's what they're actually going for, which is time of use, as opposed to just like the units that you use. So what they essentially do is have periods of the day that they charge you more for using electricity at that time to squeeze people and push them away from all, you know. I was listening to the minister. You're saying that another idea that all of these things that they're considering a whole lot of things. They've rolled out solar panels for like remote people as part of their campaign to bring electricity access basically to a level where it's essentially universal. And part of that whole project, they're seeing that you know, they're learning as they're going. Another thing that they were thinking about is, or at least looks like they might actually do, is install batteries in individual transformers and stuff. So what that will do essentially is do the job of the time of use pricing. So when it's peak hour, instead of pulling directly from the grid, they pull from the batteries and use that to supplement the supply for during peak hours. So I guess it would offset the need for charging people more during those times.
Or yeah, you wouldn't have to have as much peak generation if there were batteries doing that. But then
Exactly.
the cost of the battery is basically the cost of your peak generation.
That's the question. I guess they've got to weigh it out and see, you know, on a long-term basis, is it wise to do that, or is it just easier to just have the time of use thing? And obviously, from an implementation point of view, time of use is much easier, especially when you're considering that they are looking to unbundle Eskom and have, you know, the different, you know, what is it, transmission, generation, I forget the other one. It's distribution. I forget what the other. It's transmission. It's generation. I forget the third one. But yeah. So with them trying to invite private players into the market, that's all of that stuff's going to, I guess, be more complicated. So it's easier to do the time of use thing, I would suppose. That tends to be the standard thing. So yeah, it's looking interesting. Where I am, they're trying to roll them out, but the process has been very slow. We were told, I think the first time they started talking about this was, if I'm not incorrect, it may have been either the beginning of last year or maybe even 2024 sometime. And we are now in March of 2026 and still no rollout of, well, it hasn't got to my side of things. So yeah, and people have complained about them. One part of my town actually ripped them out, saying that they are consuming a lot more electricity than the meters that they used to have did. And then the response of the municipality was that the problem was that their previous meters were they were not calibrated correctly. Like over time, they lost their correct calibration. So what was happening was that they were being charged a lot less than what they were actually supposed to be charged. So now with the advent of the new smart meters, to the customer, it seems like they're being gouged, you know, but it's actually, no, you're actually paying the proper price because your meter was not properly calibrated. So there's a whole lot, even politically, it's meeting some resistance. And then another thing that they do is that if you're not home, if you're not available for them to install the meter, or they suspect that you may be hiding from them, they just cut your power off. And then with hoping that you'll essentially be, you know, they'll get you to come outside and open for them and then let them change the meter. You don't have the option to opt out of it. It's compulsory. Yeah, it's compulsory. And from the point of even legally, it's taken as part of their side of things. It's the supply side. So it's on that side of things, they have the right to change the meters or do as they wish, because it has to do with how they deliver the service to you. It's sort of like if you were to reject that, that would be like trying to reject a water meter. So yeah, I wonder if Outer has said anything about this or is trying to, you know, resist. But yeah, and on the solar panels, I was asking that because obviously the stuff is also kind of connected. The municipality of the side was threatening to use Google Photos to assess which houses have solar panels, and then fine them for not having registered the panels. And obviously people are saying, what does that have to do with you? Because that's outside of power generation. That's on our side of the meter. Why do we need to ask for your permission to install a solar panel? That's like, that would be like asking for your permission for me to install, put a battery in my clock or something like that, you know? So yeah, as long as it's disconnected from the, yeah, it's just, I know, and I know for a fact that the DA was doing this. I actually heard about it, them doing this in Cape Town, not earlier than it came to this side. So I know a lot of people were upset by that, like having to, because obviously if you're on some database, then they know who you are, what you have, you know, all the stuff like factors in. And then another thing that's happened is new voter roll, not voter roll, valuation roll, and obviously that's going to cause quite the shock for people who haven't seen it, with regards to the valuation of their houses impacting their rates and taxes. And I can say, because I've inspected it, these guys are being naughty. I know this was a bit of an issue that side in Cape Town, the whole rates thing.
Yeah, I know. I mean, people feel like they're being, cornered from both ends. The DA wants them to be more socialist, and the ANC wants them to be eradicated. And so they're like, this is not the time I should be paying higher rates to upgrade the infrastructure of my neighbors, my poorer neighbors. That's generally the sentiment, I think.
Yeah, there's a guy that I've been listening to lately, Willem Better, and strange enough, it's just he's another one of the we should build the guys who want to build like an Afrikaner, what you call it, Falkland, what's the word in English? Volksstad, that's the one. Volksstad. So sort of like want to have like a homeland, a homeland, so to speak, or yeah, for Afrikaners. And obviously, you know me. Like I've stated earlier, I'm not for breaking up South Africa, but otherwise, in everything else, we agree. And he's one of the guys who's been highlighting this whole issue of the rates. I can just imagine from, the angle of the average South African who just happened to maybe inherit a house or bought a house a long time ago in what is now a desirable part of Cape Town. Your income hasn't changed, and yet you're expected to pay much more for rates and taxes. It's not like the value of the house going up means you have more money in your pocket, It's not realized,
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's a very large progressive tax regime that we have with our municipal rates.
So what's the point? You essentially liquidate the people who vote for you to supplement the people who don't want to vote for you.
Yeah, it's a bit depressing.
Well,
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you do need some kind of cross-subsidization in a country like ours. Otherwise,
now you sound like me. Yeah, you do. That's the thing. I sort of like oscillate between these two views, man. And
no, but to me, it cross-subsidization does not include BEE. It doesn't include racial.
Yeah, no, I get that. You saying you're fine with social intervention, provided it's not along racial lines.
Yeah,
which is fair, right? I have the same sort of view that if from a moral point of view, if the ill that we're trying to solve here is truly poverty, then why are we factoring in race? It shouldn't be a factor. It should be those who are poor get some sort of assistance from the government, and that's it, regardless of skin color. Yeah,
it's just so depressing, and the political scene is so disingenuous. I mean, because obviously the reason why race was chosen is because, then the black elite can use the poor as a human shield to their corruption.
Yeah,
It's so cynical.
Yeah. Do you see any chance of something new coming up? Something different? I was listening to what's his name's speech. I mentioned him earlier. Why am I forgetting his name now?
Gordon Hill Lewis.
No, Mashele, Prince Mashele, and
yeah.
he was talking about how we essentially tried two main politics in South Africa: politics of black people and the politics of white people, and we've never truly tried, as I suppose you would call it, non-racial politics. Yeah, and you were saying that if you look at it from a different perspective, the main reason that the ANC got all the support that it had was that it was actually seen as a non-racial party, that it was actually seen as a party that was going to unite people. Right? Maybe some people might say that's kind of naive. Maybe some people say that's just not true, downright stupid. But bear with me. So he says that if you look at it from that perspective, it starts to make sense why, as they got more radical, like radically black nationalists, that's when their support starts to die off, which kind of, I guess, reinforces my point of view. That is, most South Africans get along, and they don't actually want. They want to see themselves out of poverty.
I don't buy that narrative, because then why do most black South Africans, vote for political parties that are completely irresponsible, completely radical, and sort of extremist in their economic, racial scapegoating? There's only so many times you can say that I'm a level-headed Christian when the politics that you are involved in is the most, kind of envious, greedy, sort of deplorable kind of racial scapegoating that uses excuses. It can't take responsibility for the state of the country. There's so many political failings, and there's just so much irresponsibility on behalf of the electorate. It's just crazy.
Do you think most black South Africans believe they are where they are because of white people? Like they're poor because of white people?
Well, that's what their politicians are telling them, and that's the politicians that they're voting for that are telling them that.
No, but I mean, because in my head, I have. For me, it's perfectly possible for someone to vote the exact opposite of his actual positions and his actual values, right? For you, that's like, it's impossible. It's just, you can't, it's like fire and water, or like, that sort of thing. It's like, it shouldn't be the case. Those two can't exist at the same time. And for me, I think it can. I think it's possible for people to vote for because if fear induces irrational, decisions, then you can find yourself in places where you see things that just do not make sense, things that are not supposed to be together at the same time, supposed to be mutually exclusive, but they occur because of the fact that you have people like, I'm sure that the vast majority of South Africans aren't the EFF types. If that were the case, like, this country would have devolved into a civil war, genocide, all of that long time ago. We have all of the pressure points for it. You've got abject poverty, inequality, a historical context of racial conflict. You've got all of the context for that, and yet it's not happened. So I don't agree with you when you say you think it comes from a position of hate or hatred or the other stuff that you said. I don't think so.
I know. It just
I don't
to
think
me,
so.
it just seems like one hand washing the other. When you can say that these people are they're just so enamored with racial scapegoating politicians, but they only flock to those politicians out of irrational fear for white people. Like to me, that story is just way too pathetic. It's
It
way
is
too.
pathetic. I'm not
Yeah.
saying it's not pathetic. It's extremely pathetic. If for the average person it brings shame, you know, real shame of the fact that like this is the sort of thing that my parents voted for. You know, this is the sort of thing that I will now be associated with, because it's not going to be the ANC is bad. It's going to be black people. You see, and this is one of the points I'd like to get across. The ANC does not represent black people. It does not. It does not. It's not in line. It's not aligned with black people's values. It's not aligned with black people's interests. It would be one thing if you could say like, yeah, black people have become so wealthy at the expense of white people, and I'd be like, okay, yeah, I can get that point. But these people are just as poor as they were in 1994, perhaps with a working tap and electricity now. But besides that, unemployment is much higher. All of the stuff is worse. All the other indicators are worse. So I don't agree that it's hate. I think it's fear, because only fear can make you.
I
Only real fear
wonder how
can make you vote.
dishonest the fear really is. I mean, is it comforting to think, well, we couldn't have done anything else because, you know, if we voted a different way, we'd end up with apartheid. So we have to vote.
I think it serves as. I think for some it serves as a convenient excuse. I think so. Like I've had conversations with people and asked them, when you get up in the morning and you see your relatives go to fetch water from the one tap that's in the town or that's in your section of the town, when you see your kids crossing the river, some of them crocodile infested, you know, when you see them going to school and the school doesn't have a roof, doesn't have textbooks, the teachers are not qualified to be teaching kids, your kids can't read, like how do you go and vote for the same party? And I just can't put that down to hatred. I don't think South Africans hate white people enough to have their kids undergo that, to be subjected to that sort of life and those sorts of prospects. I don't think so. I don't think there's a single parent out there who hates white people enough to have their kid be essentially rendered unemployable and illiterate. I don't think so. I think it comes from fear, an irrational fear that overrides what should be their brain telling them that this is not working, try something else.
Well, just on that point, I just want to say that, I mean, maybe it isn't so irrational, because if the IEC won't stand up against it and say that this is a fake campaigning ploy that the ANC uses, you know, if no one will speak against it in the media, when you don't have an unbiased media that can objectively look at stories like this and will actually countermand this narrative. I mean, and you have the president saying this all the time without contradiction from the other political opponents. You know, it's really a sad story. I mean, you know, the kind of the silence that accompanies that going unchallenged, you know, is a kind of, that I feel like is the gap that we're missing to fix the country, because no one is willing to fill that gap and actually do, you know, that kind of that work there. But I mean,
I've had debates with relatives to the point where, you know, it turns into arguments, or you know, there's a whole thing of like, oh, here it comes again, going to talk about politics, you know. And I've found that it's very difficult for me to get through to them when it comes to their fears about their coming back. I remember the one time talking to them and having them tell me that, no, your thing is that you don't know white people like we do. You didn't go through what we did. You didn't see what we saw. You didn't see the horrendous things that they were doing to school kids, you know. And like, there's nothing I can say to that, you know. I lived a completely different reality. You know, I didn't grow up in a situation where it was normal for people to talk about black people like animals, or to treat them, you know. With all, I don't want to rehash history, but you get what I'm saying. So I can't get through that, you know. And from their perspective, who am I to talk about it when I am, you know, 20, 30 years their junior? I didn't go through apartheid. I literally, like, I was born a year before it was before democracy. So I didn't live through apartheid. And then worse yet, I went to schools with white people. A lot of them didn't. So all of these factors that I can't speak my way across that gap, you know. The best thing that could happen to people who have those sorts of views is for them to have a taste of the sort of outlook that I had, like to experience it, you know, to realize that, no, perhaps when the person who is criticizing it isn't always racism. Sometimes it's actually a valid critique of your behavior, your choices, your culture, you know. But yeah, again, there's no way for me to speak my way past that fear. You see it as hatred. I don't see it as hatred. I think it's fear. I genuinely think it's fear. But to make my point, the generation after them, especially the ones who lived in metropolitan areas, they don't have the same outlook. People my age don't view politics the same way our parents did. The only people my age who think the way like the likes of the EFF and the ANC do are the people who grew up in like seriously impoverished conditions and had no exposure to an alternative reality. Yeah, it's very difficult to find. For example, I'll give you something else. I live in a suburb that is DA run. So our ward councillor is DA run, is a DA councillor. And if I'm not incorrect, all of the suburbs that surround me are also DA, right? And where I live, a lot of people quite a lot of people are black. Right? I happen to be surrounded by, let me see, black, white neighbors, and then previously Indian and now white as well. So yeah, that's the setup. But overall, the area is fairly black, you know. So maybe it's like a minority, but maybe I'm allowing it to sort of like color my view. But I do think that there's a lot of people who don't share the same views as the likes of the EFFs and stuff. I'd even go as far as saying, if I were to now go conspiratorial, I'd say that the failure to educate South Africans was not only just a matter of sheer greed, it was also by, I guess, coincidence, a convenience. Because the more educated Black people become, the more economically empowered Black people become, the more they shift away from the ANC.
Yeah.
So they're kind of making the same calculation that you were talking about investing in people only for them to be poached. They're kind of making the same calculation. They're saying, why should I invest in these guys if I know that investing in them only ensures that they'll vote against me? You even get this from when you hear them talk about stuff where they talk about like the clever Blacks, or they talk about how the middle class has abandoned them or betrayed them after they were helped by the ANC through BE. You know, or they almost have this thing of like, you should be thanking us for where you are, for you being here, because if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't be here. They have that sort of condescending attitude. And I can tell you, a lot of Black people do not like that, because from their point of view, it's I was good anyway. I had the capacity to do this job anyway. You know, all I needed was opportunity. I didn't need you to tilt the scales for me. I had the capacity. What you had to do was make sure that the jobs are available. That was your job. Make sure that you create an environment that basically ensures that there will always be jobs available for the population that's coming up. Leave the rest for excess labor that we can source from immigrants. Otherwise, make sure that the country is running properly. Like, if you ever watch some of these protests that people have against illegal immigration, you should listen to some of the things that the people are saying. They're saying our country is filthy. Our country is decaying. We don't like what we're seeing. We don't like the cultures that these people are bringing. We have a culture here of being clean, of being cleanly, of keeping things neat, of not having people have willy-nilly, like, just selling things all over the place. No order. We don't know who's who, where they're from, where are your permits. These are the sorts of things that. How is this any different from the values that your average Afrikaner has? How is this any different from the values that your average Anglo South African has? Average Indian South African has? You know, we are much closer to each other than the ANC would have us believe. And yeah, I do think that it's easy to get swept up in this whole, I wouldn't even call it a race war, like, so I call it race beef, if anything, that people have online and just in South African culture. But on the day-to-day, that's not what you see. That is not what you see. I come from one of the, like, I think, let me just check here. The town I'm in is very Afrikaans, very, very Afrikaans. Like, to the point when people who come from elsewhere come here, they're like, I didn't realize, like, this place was that Afrikaans. Beck, I remember you telling me that you didn't do Afrikaans in school, right?
No, I did in school, but I failed it.
Did you do it up to matric?
No. I failed.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, okay, I see. But yeah, point is, like, it's standard here for most people to do Afrikaans as a second language. When you hear people say that Afrikaans is like, if I think the most widely spoken language in South Africa, it's because of that. Like, so
Yeah, it's the lingua franca. I mean,
yeah,
I would prefer if we made English. I think we would develop better if we made English the main language, but that's obviously my personal bias and preference. But that's what Singapore did. Singapore, is an Asian country, and they made English their first language to unify
everyone
the
there
country.
can speak English. Yeah.
Sorry? Yeah.
Everyone there can speak English, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I've seen
also,
it. We did.
First world. It makes it easier to be first world if you're English speaking, because that's where the high, like the let's say the intellectual capital of the world at its
High
height
culture.
is in English. You know.
Yeah, it's much like how German was for a long period of time in history. You know, like if you wanted to be with the intellectuals and be where it's at, you'd have to look. I guess Latin was once that language. Greek probably was as well, and German was that. I guess right up until the First World War, and then English became like it took over. Yeah, it's. I do think it would be much easier if everyone could coordinate, like know for a fact that everyone can speak this one language, and that language is that level of, like, you can write PhD thesis purely in this language, and everyone would understand you. It would all be like on par. I know Afrikaans guys have worked heavily to bring their language to that status. However, I think English is just way more simple because of the fact that think about the technological angle as well. Your phones are in English, your TVs, all of that's in English.
The big thing as well is media. Is that
Yeah.
Hollywood in English?
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just checking here. Just looking for the population of this town.
Well, thank you, Emmanuel, and thank you for your time, your attention to
Yeah.
sit through all of this. But maybe at some point we should have a discussion about just what would make the country better in general, like just some, I don't know, talking points that maybe people aren't thinking about or that you don't see in media. Because I think
Yeah.
the language thing, I mean, like, I don't know how we've gone so long as a country and they still haven't unbundled the trust, the Zulu King Trust.
Yeah. What's it called again? What is it called?
Yeah.
What's it called again? Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah.
Wanyana. No.
Yeah. Yeah. It's it's literally meaning the king's trust. So yeah. It's there's a whole lot of stuff that just is when you try to explain it to people, it's just like how do you explain? Yeah. So just for context, where I live, Afrikaans is just by they're talking, it indicates significant demographic breakdowns, indicates significant linguistic diversity. According to 2001 census, it was at about, what is this? So this is backwards, I think. Between 42 and 48% Afrikaans. Zulu is at about 30%. English is at 13.7%. Then you've got a bit of Sotho as well. So you'd be surprised how many towns, and especially like these sort of like urban areas, have quite a strong presence of Afrikaans. So yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a lot more complex than people think, and this area actually, Mpumalanga is a hodgepodge of note. It's like to the northwest. It is northwest and west of Mpumalanga. It's dominantly Ndebele people. So that's right up until you get to Pretoria. Even Pretoria is quite heavily Ndebele, and then you go north, that becomes Pedi. You go east, it becomes Swati. You go northeast, it becomes Shangaan. You go south, it becomes east, it becomes Zulu. Southwest, it becomes Sotho. So it's like a whole hodgepodge. Like even the way people speak it's its own thing. So yeah, and even the whole thing of like the politics of like black people is different. It's some go along tribal lines. Obviously, that's a thing. Other people go along policy. Other people go along. A lot of people have their own like personal like like what they talk about, one issue voter. Yeah, people have like their own like maybe 1, 2, 3, like a handful of issues I'd like if they don't stand for this, then I'm not going to support them. And I suppose that also is explained by the high percentage of people not voting. So yeah, right side. No, it was nice chatting. Hopefully we'll have something more positive to say the next time we speak. I'm hoping for a good outcome this come the end of this year, man.
Well,
we need change,
I
man.
hope to be surprised, but I'm afraid that the mathematics doesn't look good unless there's 51% of sane people out there willing to vote. But I don't know if we can get 51% sanity in the South African electorate. But anyway, we should see.
That Robert Dejan guy was a Deegan. I don't know how to pronounce his name. He keeps going on about how only 4% of black people vote for the DA, I believe. I think that's the number he likes talking about, the 4%.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping, I'm dying to see. It's been very persistent, but I'm hoping this will be the 1 year where he's like, okay, I've got to put my hands up. I've got it wrong. I hope we do something different, man. Like this whole thing of just shifting between, ANC and ANC 2.0, ANC 3.0. It's useless. We need to try something different. I'm sort of going on here, but lastly, I was just saying I'm seeing a lot of sentiment online that is reflecting that. Granted, it could be the algorithm giving me what I would want to see, but I'm seeing a lot of that.
Well, that's very heartening. That's good to hear.
Yeah, a lot of people, like random people, just going on to random posts talking about how they'll there was like a whole thing a couple of months ago of people talking about how they're going to vote for the FF plus and stuff like that, and even the DA. There's a whole lot of people talking about, like people I know personally as well. Even my uncles. I'm talking people who are 60s, 70s, talking about, no, we need to vote for something else. And if those people are willing to talk about that, what more of the youth that is like chronically unemployed?
Yeah.
All of the factors are working in the favor of the opposition, be it DA, or the FF plus, or even say your action essays and stuff. All that needs to happen is that people need to keep their heads on the shoulders and not get caught up in any scandals until the end of the election, please.
Well, I have no love for action essay. They can die.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the point of that party is. I mean, all they live for is to spite the DA. That's the only point of their existence. It's such a vanity, such a vainglorious initiative that has such a small-minded mandate. This is what depresses me about South African politics, where I just feel people are just voting out of just sheer sentiment. They just have these feelings, and so they vote.
But you know what, Frank? It would be very difficult for me to say that that's not the case in every election all across the world. Most people vote by sentiment. They tend to vote by sentiment that also aligns with their incentives, and that's the only thing. Like, we are one of the few countries that actually votes to be poorer than what they were 5 years ago.
Sorry, we're the one country that
I was saying we're one of the few countries in the world that votes to actually make themselves poorer than what they were 5 years ago.
I see.
So yeah, but most countries vote in sentiment. You'd be hard pressed finding someone who actually says, "Yeah, I read the manifesto. I know they have this point, this point, this point. They stand for this, this, and that, and that's why I've chosen to vote for this." You know, you'd be hard pressed. Like I've read the DA. I think I read the DA's manifesto. When was the last time I read there? Must have been national elections. Read the FF's a couple days ago. I wouldn't read the EFF because I'm just opposed to them. I wouldn't read ANC because I'm just opposed to them. I also read the IFP's manifesto, you know. So I'm trying to fulfill my civic duties and actually, you know, make an informed decision based on what people actually say in the manifesto, as opposed to, you know. But then again, what's the point of doing that? Because it's like there are plenty of people who can say one thing and do the exact opposite, you know.
Yeah, actually,
No more wars. Yeah, no more wars. Now you're in a war. We are against the ANC. Socialism will never vote in there. It will never empower them in any way. And then as soon as you get the votes done, you're now voting with the ANC. You know.
Well, I must say that America has been Trump has been consistent on Iran, though, because Iran that was his whole pass. He always said, "Oh, but Iran can't get a nuclear weapon. Oh, but Iran this, Iran that."
Yeah, he did. He said we can't let them have a nuclear. That's just out of question. It's just not. Yeah. Boy.
Anyway, thank you. Well, thank you.
All right, Sai. No, we'll talk again. Yeah. Take a breather. Watch some videos about watch something positive, Sai. Watch something positive. Like, make an effort of finding something positive. Not because you want to delude yourself, but for the sake of saying, let me have something to counterbalance the negativity that I feel towards the country. You know, and you'll be surprised. Maybe if not for actually maybe coming to some different conclusion, just for the sake of feeling better, you know. Watch something about like how Cape Town is such a good tourist attraction or something like that, you know. Yeah. All right, so
cool, man. Well, have a good day.
Right.
Have a good dinner, and I guess I'll see you next Sunday if you're going to be on next Sunday.
I will be. Will do.
Man.
See you soon.
Have
And
a good week.
cheers to the chat. You got controls? You'll be able to end the stream?
No, I don't. Do you?
Nope, not at all. You have a problem. I'll text GM to see if she can. Yeah, I'll just send her a text. All right.
Cool, man.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.